Hopefully it smooths out. This is gonna be. I'm gonna see if it smooths out real quick. Okay, so. Oh shit. So Twitch's default. I've been using the Twitch's preset, a stream preset, and it's been fucking me over. So I uh I put ignore Twitch's preset and put in my own with 2000 kilobits video streaming and 120 kilobit audio. So this looks good. This looks good. All right. All right. So finally, I solved it. I fucking solved it. This has been driving me insane since last night. Last fucking night. And I had to go to Reddit to solve it. And it's been solved. It's now been solved. Yep. Anyways, yep. We're gonna be finally moving on to streaming. Hey, if you can move to quick, I'll mod you in quick so you can ban all the fucking bots here. Ban this person, ban this bot, and delete the message there. There we go. Yep, I've been getting bots on Kick. Like, so many bots. It's not even funny. Anyways. I'm gonna move on to finally reacting to some YouTube videos. Let's see here. I need to reset my model real quick. Alright. Alright. Finally, we can start reacting to some videos.
A key identical to the traveler's own. It is found in a cave. It is a real.
I'm gonna be eating some breakfast now.
A reunion with the sibling is finally, truly within reach. But this personal goal quickly spirals into something far more complicated. We are introduced to a character, Gareth, who isn't just another quest giver, not just another NPC, an NPC with a new face by the way, but is literally a person out of her own time, like a living piece of the past, showing up in the present. Her existence creates a time loop paradox, where an event seems to cause itself, and this becomes the main engine for both the plot and the deeper ideas. All of this builds up to one of the biggest reveals about the lore in the game's history, the Abyss Order's ultimate plan. We learn their goal isn't simple destruction, but a kind of universal rewriting. It is an attempt to bring the dead nation of Kandria back to life, not with normal magic, but using memory and fate themselves as the building blocks through a device they call the Loom of Fate. This isn't just another regional crisis. The story is tackling some genuinely big, complicated ideas, like cause and effect, whether history can actually be changed, and what really makes a nation. Is it the physical land, or is it the shared memories of its people? It is ambitious, and it deserves to be recognized for that. And settling the mood for this whole experience, as always, is the music. It is almost a given at this point, but it's worth repeating. I do think the score is exceptional. It does a lot of the emotional work for the story.
The Loom of Fate, when we did that stream the other day, it was basically chilling. Some people hate it. I loved it. I loved it so much.
Tragedy, wonder, and serious weight that the gameplay itself sometimes fails to deliver. The music understands the assignment perfectly. It is why this conversation is so complicated. Because when you ignore how the story was presented, the animations, the pacing, the dialogue, and you just look at the blueprint of this story, it is genuinely interesting. The idea of your long-lost sibling creating a time loop to rewrite history out of a sense of guilt and duty, that is a fantastic idea that really makes you think. On paper, it should have been one of Genshin's finest moments, which of course brings us to the experience of actually playing it. Because a blueprint is not the final structure, and the central question we have to ask is, how was this grand idea translated into an interactive experience? This right here is where the fracture begins. The quest begins, as many of them do, with a significant period of what the community has affectionately, or perhaps not affectionately, termed the Yap Fest. This isn't just a slow start, it is a structural choice. You are sent on a chain of conversations, a breadcrumb trail where every breadcrumb leads to another NPC who also happens to know nothing. Hey man, did you see anything suspicious? No. Do you have any information about the Abyss Order? Also no. And then you go to another NPC. Did you see anything suspicious? No. The player is forced to invest their full attention for hours at a time, but the narrative return on that investment is close to zero for a significant portion of the runtime. The build-up isn't just slow, it is static. And it is important to understand that this isn't a bug. Unfortunately, it is a feature. It is a part of a design philosophy that seems to rely on a powerful psychological principle: recency bias. Have you heard of that before? The model is consistent across multiple Archon quests, or in any other quest. To be honest, you have hours of this slow burn investigation, this padded dialogue, which then culminates in a short, explosive 15 to 20 minutes burst of spectacle and genuine plot advancement right at the very end. The human mind naturally places more weight on recent and emotionally intense events. That final climactic twist, the revelation of the Luma fate, the confrontation with the sibling, that is what gets screen capped, what gets posted into social media, what dominates the YouTube thumbnails. It becomes the memory of the quest, and in becoming the primary memory, it effectively overwrites the hours of frustration that preceded it. It is a remarkably effective strategy for managing community conversation and generating hype, but it doesn't change the reality of the experience itself. It creates a fundamental disconnect between what the quest was to play, moment to moment, and what it remembered as being. And it is within that disconnect between the tedious journey and the spectacular destination that we find most of the quest's significant flaws. So the foundation of the experience is often slow and dialogue heavy, but the problems run deeper than just pacing. It is an issue of presentation, a persistent, almost dogmatic refusal to leverage the game's own visual medium. It is one of the oldest rules in storytelling: show, don't tell. And this quest, like many before it, if not every one of it, violates that rule with a quiet, consistent dedication. It is the most egregious case. The most egregious case, of course, is Dainsleif. We are told after the fact that he single-handedly collapsed the Abyss Order's front line, which is a monumental feat. It should be a defining moment that recontextualizes our understanding of his power. And how is it presented? An NPC walks up to us and delivers it like a field report. Their front lines have lost. We don't see a single moment of the battle. The most impactful character action in the entire first half of the quest is reduced to a single line of dialogue, a second-hand account. The player is denied the spectacle, and Dainsleif is denied a defining cinematic. And there is another time that you could have animated Dainsleif fighting the Abyss Lecter, or whatever you call that creature is. What did you show, Hoyoverse? You showed a vibrating rock? You off-screened the fight? What? This philosophy of telling extends all the way down to the most basic character interaction, where the animations actively undermines the script. There is a moment early on where Yansan is meant to give Paimon a threatening look, implying that she should join in a fighting competition. The script is clearly written for a visual gag.
Okay, so real quick, I gotta put my dish away real quick. But enjoy the video for a moment.
But the animation doesn't deliver. Yansan's face remains static, lifeless. So what happens? Paimon has to narrate the visual gag out loud for the audience. Oh no, don't look at Paimon like that. Look at you like what? The game is literally telling you what you're supposed to be seeing, because it has failed to show you. It feels less like a performance and more like the developers are just flipping a switch on a character model. Oh yeah, this dialogue, toggle smile, toggle sad, toggle cross hands one. A jarring lack of nuance that becomes painfully obvious during this long dialogue heavy scenes. And this is what the community means when they criticize the game's over-reliance on a visual novel style of presentation. The expectation for a game of this scale and with this level of financial success is a dynamic cinematic cinematic experience. The reality, too often, is static characters delivering text boxes. It creates this strange paradox, where a multi-billion-dollar project frequently presents its core narrative with the apparent budget constraints of a small indie studio. The community joke about Hoyoverse is acting like they're an indie company that makes no money. It's not just a meme now. It is pointed criticism, born from the frustrations of seeing so much potential left on the table year after year. But even the best presentation in the world can't save a script that works against itself. And that brings us to the writing, the words on a page. This is where the failure of immersion becomes even more pronounced. Let's start with the problem of the dialogue bloat. The script in these story quests often feels less like a natural conversation and more like it was written to meet a minimum word count for an essay. This feels
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I didn't even realize I left my mic on. Anyways, right now, let's see here. What time is it? All right. No, fuck it. We're gonna be doing some Genshin right now. We're gonna do some Genshin Impact. Anyways, yeah, I can do some Genshin right now. Just do dailies and stuff like that. Anyway, so let's get right. We're gonna be getting right into it.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move.
All right, we're back. We're back. Update my. There we go. Yep. Genshin. There you go. Oh, I gotta make sure I see my. What the fuck is going on? I finally fixed it, and now it's just. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck is bullshit? What the fuck is this bullshit? What the fuck? I finally fixed it. I finally fucking fixed it. And now Obi says, no, what? I'm not gonna be fucking working today. I'm just gonna shut down all of a sudden. What the fuck? What the fuck is this bullshit? Obi, I know you fucking updated this morning. What the fuck did you do? You somehow fucked something up. What the fuck did you do? What the fuck did you do? What the fuck did you do, OBS? Come on, tell me. Tell me, what the fuck did you do? What the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Come on. Developer's gonna be having to answer for this. Cause what the fuck? What the fuck is this bullshit? I finally fixed one thing, and then 10 more things pop up. What the fuck? What the fuck? I needed OBS developer to tell me what the fuck they did. This is bullshit. Bull fucking shit. Because I was just changing the category, and then suddenly the what was it again? The stream just says just fuck you. So I don't know what the fuck just happened. I don't know what the fuck just happened. One problem at a fucking time. Yes. Wait, what the fuck happened? Hold on. Something's... Canvas. I think I figured out what happened. It's kick. Kick is the issue. I'm. Wait, no, never mind. Kick is not the issue. I just don't know what the fuck happened. I just don't know what the don't let it stress you. It is stressing me the fuck out. It is stressing me the fuck out because I stream and I don't know. I think my mic is too loud. Okay, and I don't know if the stream's gonna go well or if it's gonna shit itself. Most of the time, it shits itself. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna be I'm definitely gonna once again look into what's going on, and I'm probably gonna have to dig through OBS's source code and fix whatever they fucked up myself. Pardon, but yeah. You hear? All right, all right. All right, that being said, see, oh yeah, it was A's birthday. Yeah, I haven't been playing Genshin for a few days. But what I want to do is go to Natland. It was somewhere over here because I have a picture. So I can pull up the picture on my phone real quick. Okay. I don't want to do something real quick. Alright. Pardon? She's somewhere over here. Okay, I am immediately lost because I think I just went past it. I gonna have to look at the YouTube video. Let's see here. I hope they didn't patch it. I really hope they didn't patch it. Cause yesterday I saw a YouTube video where someone managed to get access to the Fate area. I hope the developers didn't patch it out already. Let's see here. So where am I supposed to be relative to the... Okay. Okay. Now I know. I'm supposed to be relative to the... Is it above the flowers? Oh, the flowers. Because as soon as I saw it, I I was at work at the time, so I wasn't able to play it, and I was working late that day, so I was even too tired to play it in the first place. I'm a fate. This is right above the flowers. Yeah, I'm lost. I can't find it. I can't find it.
天へと参る。ついてこいなんて言ってないよ。風よ。天へと参る。属性を見下ろせ。天へと参る。風よ。遅い。ついてこいなんて言ってないよ。
I found it. Found it.
Yeah.
Where is the girl standing?
遅い。
Oh fuck, where was the girl standing? So with the bug report and stuff like that, they usually don't patch out until like the next big update. Since we didn't get an update notice, I think the bug is still in there. Okay, switch to walking control. Oh, should be. Really staying relative to the flowers. Yeah, walking is new. There's that rock. So it's not above the cave. It's not above the cave though. That marking of the mountain here. So how far away from the mountain according to the edge? Okay. Oh fucking hell. What the fuck? Where the fuck is it? I'm literally following a YouTube tutorial and it's not there. Yeah, it's already fixed. It's already fixed. So it's a hot fix already. Damn it. Damn it. They already fixed it. They already fixed it already. Anyways. Oh, fucking neck crack. Oh, let me fix my posture. Alright. We're gonna do some dailies. Yeah, they already fixed it. The devs already fixed it. Alright. Party setup. Pardon. Pardon. Alright. Alright. Let's go here. Time. Party setup. Party setup. Alright. Alright. Oh, fuck you. Just fuck you for that. Alright. Anyways. Complete the time challenge. Daily commission. Get our daily commission awards. Da 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 da. Okay, friendship equals fun. Okay. Change our characters again. Nope, I don't want to rename. Alright. Oh, neck crack. Best rank. Okay, now Frina is now fully level maxed out. No depot. Okay. How do I? Oh, it's F7. Okay, got it. Isn't it zooming in? Yeah. Okay, I'm just learning this. I'll do on PC. Rest. Companion. What? Mika, Toma. Venti. Venti. He's a bar, so this would be good for him. Pardon. Oh, he's already. Ooh. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, the set build I have here.
急がなくてもいいのよ。公園か。この城内で最も公園で休んでいる人のほとんどは僕と
Got some primos. Yeah, if you do one of the presets, so it's here, outdoor set. Yeah, outdoor set. If you do like one of these outdoor sets, it certain characters prefer certain sets. And if you complete the whole set, you can get you can get bonus primos for each character who prefers that particular set. Venti. Venti. Okay, let's see here. Alright, there we go.
やっと来たね。君を待ってる間に。
I like it here.
もちろんさ。この地の草木は一本一本すべて君の努力の結晶だっていうのを知ってるよ。だから僕が欲しいものはでも僕の意見を聞いてくれるなんてそもそも君はもっとここでは君こそ大胆な試みにも
It's real to
思い切って
protect.
挑戦
Wait,
してみて
what?
君のアイデアを実現させるといい。困った時は僕も助けるからさ。
Hold on.
やっと来たね。君を待っ
Hold on.
もちろんこの地の草木は一本僕が欲しい。でもそもそも君はここでは君こそが主人公なんだから。
You're the real deal protagonist. Hold on. Is Venti aware, or is Venti self-aware? Hey chat, can we have a Yandere Venti, please? Can we have Yandere Venti?
大胆なここ急がなくてもいいのよ。
Alright, set up. Oh, forgot. So this particular area of K-pop usually is to commemorate all the limited events, and I have small knickknacks here and there that's from limited events as well, all around the teapot. I guess this is one for the big ones. Where was the actual... I'm not sure if I'm blind or what. Anyways, Mondstadt. Anyways, see here. All right, just heal up real quick. Party setup. EXP farm. Let's return for Venti.
音階調整終わり。
愛情つつオーリー。愛情つつオールつつオーリー。Anyways, I got constellation for him. Do I have a friend request? Oh, I've had quite a bit of friend requests. But yeah. I need to clean up my friends list. Anyone that on the bottom of the friends list I haven't even... Usually if they haven't been for a month, I just unfriend them if they've been for a month. 20 days, 31 days ago. Yeah, anyone like 31 days, that online 31 days ago, I just unfriend. Just to clean up everything. Yeah, because I realize, yeah, I don't mind friending low AR players, but then it gets too much for my list. We should really up this to 200 or even 1,000. Hoyoverse, if you're ever watching it, if one of the Hoyo devs ever stumbles upon this, please up this to at least minimum of 500, maybe 1,000. Unfriend. Okay, yeah, I realize there's too many people. It's cleaning up my friends list right now. I realize I have way too many people. Alright. I shall join them and see what they need. Alright. I do have achievements though. Let's see what I got. Cause the target to using. Alright. raise. I still have antidotes. I probably have antidotes. 31 days. I can check Fontaine. Here are antidotes. Sumeru antidotes. Well, Natland antidotes. Any antidote? Are there limited antidotes you can get? If you don't get a particular antidote at all, it just won't give you the antidote? Is that what's happening here? I hope that's not what's happening. Inazuma antidotes? Oh, we got Hazo! We got Hazo! 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 Oh, I need to like
悪くない目が出たわ。
reset my model real quick.
Jajan! 今日も引き続きサボりましょう。急がなくてもいいのよ。
Alright. Pardon.
あらら、九条様がお帰りになっちゃっあは、ちょうどいいところに来たね。前に言ってた事件、解決したよ。すごく気になるって顔だね。そんな顔しなくても教えるよ。結論から言えば、犯人は古本屋によく来てた学生。ある日、彼は片思いしている女の子に告白するため、手紙を書いて。でも恥ずかしさのあまり、彼は計画を実行。肩を落として家に帰る途中、彼はその手紙をぐしゃぐしゃにして捨てようとした。でも踏ん切りがつかず、ただぐずぐずと手紙をもてあそんでいた。その時ちょうど古本屋の前を通りかかった。そこで彼は悩み事を一旦は避けるべき食人情を読み終えて、彼は家に帰った。ところがなんと手に持っていたはずの告白、そう、本を読んで家に帰ってそれに気づいた瞬間、彼はすぐ古本屋に引き返して手紙を取り返そうとした。見られたらおしまいだ。何が何でもと窮地に陥った彼は、以前に読んだ犯罪小説の手口で手紙をこっそり取り戻そう。彼に才能が、彼は本で読んだ犯行手口を使って家に忍び込むことに成功し、花見坂を、小規模な事件だったから最初は同心だけで捜査してたんだけど、それで九条様は僕にこの事件の捜査を命じたんだ。
Ooh, Magic
幸い
Kuchisaurus
複雑な事
item.
件じゃなかったし、割と順調に捉えたとは言えないかな。あの日その同心は、そしたらそこで僕は犯人が放課後学び屋から出てくるのを待ち伏せた。
Continue to try
も
to
ちろん
run.
したよ。僕を見つけた瞬間、きびすを返して逃げようとしたから。逃げたらこの手紙をそしたらおとなしく戻ってきた。ちょっと脅しただけだよ。そんな無責任なこと。ただ子供とはいえ犯罪は犯罪だ。はあ、犯罪を思ってこれぐらいは違法行為とは言わない。別にいいじゃん。大
Yeah.
したことじゃない。みんなそうやって自分は旅人。まさか君にもそういう考えか？そうなの。気をつけてね。もし行動に移したらやっぱりやめといた方が。あ、そろそろこんな大ごとになっちゃった。はあ、バカな模倣犯が現
Yeah. And as we recorded. in more in. Okay. And go to Fontaine. Any Fontaine antidotes now? Yes, we have New Valette. New Valette. New Valette. New Valette. Yeah, I haven't been keeping up with the antidotes lately, but we have more than enough time.
いや、私が早く。
みんなと一緒にお疲れ様です。ヌビレット様。ヌビレット様。ヌビレット様。ヌビレット様。もう、
New Valette
様には
様.
ちゃんと聞こえてますから。
気にしなくていい。みんな元気にしていたか。
届きましたよ。みんなシャナは送っていただいたパーツがとってもそうなんです。
あまり気負いすぎるな。目標に向かい努力すること
私、いただいたドレスを部屋に飾ってます。ラウメ、勝手に決めちゃダメですよ。ヌビレット様はお忙しいんですから。インタビューがしたアポイントメント
Procedures.
アポイントメントは、それはともかく
A letter?
ヌビレット様は忙しすぎてパレメルモニアってそんなひどい。
それに関しては
私たちはあなたの健康が心配です。
Mm-hmm.
パレメルモニアに始まってすらいなかったよ、ラウメ。あ、そうだった。いや、でもまだ聞きたいことがたくさんあるので座ってご安心ください。
気遣い感謝する。リラックスし。
ポスンツァーナはやっぱり
本邸の邸にもいいところはたくさんある。
じゃあ早くのよし。じゃあ早くヌビレット様と一緒に。はい、ヌビレット様、早く行きましょう。
Aww. New Valette sama. New Valette sama. That's never gonna leave my head. Okay, Natland antidotes. Any Natland antidotes? No. Oh, Natland antidotes. Yo, off. Sumeru? Yeah, we have Sino. Sino. We got the Sino, everyone. We got the Sino.
Kiの皮はこれで十分だな。それから泥も少し採取しよ
う。What you doing?
この辺りでティナリの植物サンプルの採取を手伝っているんだ。だが木にはたまに思う。ここのキノコはどうしてこんなに大きいのかと。ああ、ティナリも言っていたが、野生のキノコのほんの小さな変数でもキノコの成長に大きく影響する。いや、ただここキノコはなぜ木に生えて、タンドリーチキンには生えないのか。
They probably go on trees or and not on grilled meat.
なぜなら、キノコは昔から木に
Because they're always done. They're all
最初
vegetarian. God damn it, I know. What the fuck? Oh. Nah. Do we have any Natland antidotes? Any Morse or Hazo. Hey, those nuts in your mouth. I'm just what?
今日も花見坂は平和。はあ、せっかく見回りで外
Hey,
に出
zoom
た
out
こ
so
と
we
だし、
can.
九条様への報告は何か美味しいものを食べてからにしようっと。
Gotcha.
残念。
On
同
the
心と
contrary,
し
I
て
just
一
bent
仕事
over.
を終えたばっかりで、また探偵のしだから、その訴えは無効。
So what this time?
へりくつなんかじゃないさ。
Yeah, actually,
ちょうど
I
は
think so.
最近、花見坂で違法薬物を売りさばく。みんな
Ooh.
かつては本業の商売を隠れみのに、だから僕は自分なりのやり方でこの事件のあ
We
り
should
が
have
と
put
う。
this in your
で
list.
も君実はこっそりサンゴ、ここからは
My turn.
僕の番だ。
It'll be Genshin agreeing to the case.
ありがとう。
Now
そう
that's
な
a
るといい
welcome
な。
sentiment.
この事件を無事解決したら何
Yay! Yay!
この事件を
What was that?
この事件を無事解
Everything's
決し
just
た
fun
ら
trees.
何か
Oh, that's just. Contain antidotes. Yep, we have. Ooh, okay. Chlorine. I gotta go here. I'm gonna have to go here. I'm gonna have to go here. I tend to sing a lot. Anyway. Wait a minute. Oh shit, the censorship doesn't work. Wait, oh, right there. Holy shit. Shivers.
戦闘、足を止めるな。最後尾のものは後で追加訓練だ。ペースを上げろ。散歩をしに来たんじゃないんだぞ。
Are you on a run or a date? Shivers, a bunch of stragglers haven't kneeled over.
そうか。明日は訓練内容を増やす必要がありそうだ。
Really fantastic guess.
たかが緊急戦闘時のダッシュ訓練だというのに。普段腕立て伏せは体を地面につけない。懸垂は肘を曲げ切らない。そんなことで銃を担いで戦えるわけがないだろう。犯罪者が逃げたら悠長に荷物を下ろしてから追いかけるのか。大したことはない。荷物を背負ったまま制限時間内に指定の荷物だって。行軍時に必要なものを除けば銃、弾薬、遠方に向けて信号円の矢を1本放つ。矢が
隊長、それでも警備マシナリーで矢を
次の訓練で基準を満たせなかったら銃で信号弾を撃つ。休憩はもう十分だろう。再開するぞ。遅れている。ほら立て、走れ。立ってでもゴールにたどり着け。
隊長、勘弁して。
Captain, please have mercy. Oh my god. Yes, Charlotte. Where is it? Navigate. Alright. Pardon.
この時間で間違いないと思うんだけど。 今日はコーヒーを飲みに来ないのかしら。いやいや、今日のコーヒーは彼女が一番好きなフレーバーなのよ。絶対に来るはず。うわ、旅人。びっくりした。音もなく近づかないでよ。ごめん。記事と写真のことではあ、クロリンデさん遅いな。もしかして今日は。それはそうだけど、もし誰もインタビューしたことのない決闘代理人をインタビューできれば新聞の一面は間違いなしよ。もちろん直接クロリンデさんだから。少しまず彼女がそして特定の時間帯に彼女と偶然出会えるよう、そのためにボードゲームの遊び方まで学んだのよ。近いうちにテーブルトークシアターの新しいクロリンデさんが参加するゲームを企画すればゲームマスターとしてもちろんゲーム中に失礼な質問をしたりはしないわ。非公式ナビよ。彼女がどうかしたの？ボードゲームが得意だって聞いたけど。
You should practice voicing sentiment doors and how to keep her from interrogating every frog that hops.
ゲームマスターってそんなことにまで気を回す人。もし理解不能なことがあったらプロの話術でなんとかごまかすわ。
Nobody will leave that.
きっと誰にも気づかれないから大丈夫よ。
Is that how you normally handle things? Wait, so when?
違う。君と話してるときは心の扉を大きく開いてるわ。
There's nothing I can't say to you. No way. When I speak with you, it comes straight from the heart. There's nothing. Lumina's teasing her. Hold on. I have an idea. I want to take a screenshot. Yep. Hold on real quick. I'm taking the screenshot because this is beautiful. Okay, there we go. And I'll probably need to reset my model again. My back. Oh, fuck, my back. I want to draw that. I'm sorry. Oh my god, what the fuck's wrong with me? I've been gassy way too much lately. And I haven't been eating much. Well, not like it. Like eating, but like I haven't been eating that much. A breakfast, lunch, and dinner. All the ramen.
今すぐ手配する。リシアさんが出発す。
ああ、じゃ
あ安心して。かなりそれともし必要。
私はいい。
そう。でもさっき視力が気になるんでしょ。波模様で丈は短め。あとは腕と腰にリボンがある。君の目線の先をちょっと
私は
モラが足りん。
そういうわけじゃないんだ。
じゃあ他に悩み事。表が買う、裏が買わない。投げてみて。
それじゃあ適当すぎる。
ほら投げてみな。投げた瞬間でどうなの？手はどけなくてもいいわ。
今こそ新しい無意味なことに気を受けたまわるわ。旅人も一緒にいかが？ついでに。そう、わかったわ。さあ、
I wanted to join. Damn. Living cooking the entire player base. Entire fandom. Anyways. Antidotes from... We got more Hazel antidotes. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
思った以上に狡猾だ。ちょっとした壁にぶつかってる。互いに関係を持たない仲介人が大勢。他の突破口。
Corded. More Charlotte antidotes. Alright. Wait, where is... What? Oh, sit. There we go. Oh my god. That's the exact stuff. You're not playing the game, are you? Look at everything.
私が後先考えず一人で知らない国に取材しに行くような人間に。
Then you'd be right. Yes, yes, I know.
でも取材に行くにしてもまずは編集あれこれ理由は話したんだけど休暇申請すら通してくれないのよ。ナタに旅行に行くとしても写真機とフィルムは持っていかないってちゃんと約束したのに。クホン、嘘をついたわけじゃないわ。全部はでもあのフィルム屋さんに裏切られたの。話を聞いた編集長がうちのお父さんに言いつけて。でも構わないわ。ナタには行けなくともナドくらいには行けるんだから。お父さんが前にあそこで取材冒険者の天国楽園数ある別名について書くだけでも数面分は埋まるでしょうね。よーし、早速買い出しに行かなくちゃ。あ、それから両親を説得して。
Hazel antidote.
Hmm. 思った以上に狡猾。ちょっとした壁にぶつかってる。互いに他の突破口。
Antidote complete. Wow, that was actually short. That was a shorter antidote. Expected. Netland antidote. Sumer. Yeah, Sino. Sino. As far as Sino. I used to cruise.
冗談で言ってるわけじゃないんで、少なくとも傭兵を何。
人が多くなるとどうしても遅れが出る。
しかし
話は終わりだ。計画に変更はない。
わかりました。
大したことじゃない。自分で作った金製品を持ったまま教令員から脱走した学者がいてな。
Okay.
町の住民たちがパニックを起こさないよう秘密裏に行動する。そうだ、計画は犯人はかなり狡猾だ。すでに何人ものだが今度こそ絶対に逃がさない。ああ、問題ない。牙を剥くなら心配するな。こういう事件には慣れている。 予期せぬ事態など起こさない。悪いが今はインスピレーションが湧かないんだ。戻ってきたら。
Inspiration, return for now. Yep, that's a General Mahamatra. Oh. What was it going for Sayu? We gotta do that one. Dory? Hold on, instead of Dory, I need to switch to English. Oh shit.
Really? But making a ninja gadget like that would take forever. And it'd be a
I think
real
I need to do
pain, too.
Korean. Let me try and sell this time. Ah, what brings you here? Sayu, what's she pushing on you?
I ran into Dory while I was shopping, and she dragged me into helping film an advertisement. She talked so fast, I couldn't even get a word in, and bought me lots of snacks and drinks, so I've been listening to her talk this whole time.
This little potion in the new one's from the valuable. Oh my goodness. Why? Be all the best in Ultimate America talking guaranteed to make you taller with zero effort. Guaranteed a mouthful one portion. Oh come on, customers of these don't have patience in depth of and pamphlets or detailed explanations. So I just cram everything you need into a potion and its effect into a name. It's a bit long for sure, but it gets the point across loud and clear.
Sounds nice, but I don't have any more. The Shine Maiden took all my allowance.
Alright. Sounds nice. Okay. Huh?
No, not at all. It's just for safekeeping. If I need money, I can ask her for it. I've never really understood budgeting and always spent too fast. Once the Shine Maiden found out, she insisted on helping me do, an audit. Then she sat me down and went through my expenses. Turns out, I keep buying random stuff, none of which I can actually... She helped me go through them and discovered 5 different types of height-boosting medicines, 6 kinds of nutritional supplements, and a whole bunch of different... So she said that starting this month, she'll manage my stipend. If I want to buy something, I have to ask her first. No more impulse buying.
So ninja hypothetically mean hypothetically you want. I mean, yeah. She never approved the expense. Please, such a language. You're implying lying. You probably aren't lying. But of course, matter of business. Would I ever? You just aren't telling the truth. How could you? This is see me. Did you know that I am the largest, fastest of felines? You're not a cheetah or a lion. Don't even think about using corny jokes to weasel out of this. Gal, living as a native name. So well versed to trouble indeed. Fine, forget it. Ninja. Miss Ninja, since Blank is your friend, I'm making a special offer. She was about to buy it too, so acting familiar can't mark it up. Yeah, so take it short-term loss. Free of charge? That's not all. The tears bottle free sample. Did I just hear free escape your lips?
Really? That was.
That is sure as simple as that. No problem. I need a big proof. I need something. What the fuck? Okay, I am saving that. I am saving that tenfold. Pardon? The improved potion came around the sky, now audience for sure. And it managed to spontaneous soon to get across the event. Yep.
Then
Settings. So, language. Korean. I'm gonna get that Korean download of this. So hopefully everything goes well and as planned. This might take a few minutes actually. So while we're waiting, how's everyone been today? Hopefully everything's going well. There you go. So let's just do a little bit of chatting a bit until while this is downloading. So thankfully I figured out what was going on with the stream. It was actually Twitch's preset that was screwing me over. So enable the option for ignoring those the recommendations. So the stream bitrate now 2000 kilobits, and the audio is 128 kilobits. So make it sound, make sure it's just decent overall. So hopefully everything is going well. Anyways, oh. So that being said, so my plans for like the future of my Hoyo account. So basically, I don't plan on getting any new characters. If I happen to get new ones while while pulling for consolations for the characters I already have, then that's a plus. But really, right now my goal is to get C6 my Sniper Bloom team, which is Nahida, Yelan, Farina, and Raiden. After I C6 all 4 of them, then I'll focus on R5ing their signature weapons. After I R5 their signature weapons, so with the signature weapons, I'm just gonna do a pull 1 weapon per character, one weapon per character per rerun. So after like I R5 their weapon, then that's when I will stop pulling for characters altogether. That's why I'll stop pulling for anything altogether. So yeah, that's generally the my goal for my basically my Genshin account. And for like the future of the streams, if when I eventually stop playing Genshin, I'll probably find another gacha game that'll be more suitable. But until then, it's just right now just gonna be generally playing Genshin Impact, Need for Speed Underground 2, Minute Club 3, the Minute Club 3 Dub Edition, and after that, I'm not sure if I could be adding more. I'm definitely adding more retro games to my lineup. Just the ones I'll seem interested in, and probably gonna get more Steam games when I can afford it. That's not that. So probably like sometime next year I'll be getting more Steam games. All right, there we go.
なら休暇を取ってくる。うん。最近は
So what did we get in our inventory? Yeah. Oh wait, it's B for our backpack. We definitely got something. Cake for the traveler. Oh yeah, cake for the. Oh yeah, it was my birthday, and I happened to play on my birthday. I completely forgot about this. Gary Sushi. Oh, thank you, Hoyo. Got 3 birthday gifts. I got 2 of those. All right. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. We should start getting more of those. After completing summary of your experiences, prevent trials, you have previous insight. Amusement park. Oh yeah, the amusement park one that we did a while ago. What is this? Parkman Fontaine Cup. Alright. We still have hazes to do. Hazel.
思った以上に狡猾だ。ちょっとした壁にぶつかってる。互いに関係を持たない仲介人が大勢いる。他の突破口を探した方が良さそうだね。
Alright, oh my bad, cool. Alright. Oh, I didn't realize. Ooh, shit. I thought it was on my main display. Sorry about that. Fuck me.
じゃ
Okay, so yeah, because I had originally had to go to the background notes because I was downloading another language pack for the Genshin. Sorry about that. I am super sorry about that. You know, so we didn't really miss much. We're just doing now Hazel's antidote. So going on the quest, he almost found a perpetrator, but the perpetrator is still eluding. Still eluding. Pardon. All right. All right. And it's complete. Is there more Fontaine? Yep. Like we're getting antidote after antidote after antidote. Wait a minute, can we go through all the antidotes in one go? Because previously we only got like 2 or 3 antidotes the last time this event was here. Are we just getting all the antidotes at once? Was that the intended function, or is that a glitch? Is that a bug? Alright.
などくらいへもともとさそれだと凍え死ぬわよ
Tactical
厚手の
assaults.
服は作っておくから分かったわ気にしないでそれと彼女から受ける手袋の中これ以上張り込んでもないそれじゃ待たせたわね旅人そう店の営業それじゃはい
LOL
やっぱり千織さんは何でもお見通しねクロリンデさんまあいいやこの件は一旦保留お母さんはあまり賛成してくれなかったけどいろいろ買ってくれたし私も前から知ってる人たちよ全員一流の記者なの当然見抜いてるはずよ旅人機械
Ooh. I keep looking now and see if we have any antidotes. Sumeru. Any more Sumeru antidotes? Nothing. No Sumeru stuff. Inazuma. Any antidotes? Let's see, no antidotes. I think that may be all the antidotes for today. Antidote rewards. I haven't gotten Kiara yet. Alright, so yeah, we almost got all of them except for Kiara. Alright. Anyways. Holy. Wow. Oh god, I need that stretch. What time is it? Surely. Oh wow. Um Let's see here. Oh, oh yeah, there's a name card. Yeah, for Farina. Anywho. Oh shit, we're so close. I mean, as soon as we hit AR60, we hopefully we just do a little celebration with fireworks and stuff like that. Anywho, that being said, do I need to eat or? Oh, hard. Oh, I'll probably make some lunch real quick and we watch a few videos and then we move on to art. So let me get that set up real quick.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill.
welcome back. We're gonna be watching a few videos. Ooh, okay. Technology. Interested. Ooh. Da 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 da. Alright. Lol, YouTube promoting my own video. Alright, hold on real quick. There we go. Yep. Yep. Alright, hold on real quick. Forgot. Okay. There we go.
Imagine this. After a bunch of searching, you finally find an app that you've been looking for and download it. But you're aware that where you found it might not be a fully trustworthy source. Maybe it's a Jack Sparrow edition, or it's an old app that you can't find from an official source anymore. So you got it from Billy Bob's Software Archive or a random forum download link. In any case, you are smart, and upon extracting the files and seeing that there's only one exe among them, you scan it with an antivirus or even upload it to VirusTotal, all clean. And because you are also a computer genius, or you saw the one video I made, you even check the exe's embedded signature, which shows it was signed via a...
The embedded signature can be forged, so you better be very, very careful with that. Even to the point that, the email can be forged as well. The hacker can find the, can look through a leaked database. Cross-check the email with the actual official company or whatever, and then forge the email as well. So, just be very, very careful with that.
A trusted certificate by the original developer, which guarantees that it really is the original file from the developer and hasn't been tampered with. So
even so, the anything can be forged. So what I highly suggest people do is either like use one of those VM analysis tools to see what's going on with the program, or let's see here. I think having like a spare laptop for testing purposes only, then yeah.
So it all seems to check out. You run the file, the program even opens, but you just got hacked. And you probably won't even notice because the app will still work and behave totally normally. Then what happened? Well, you fell for one of the trickier malware strategies out there called DLL hijacking or DLL sideloading, depending on the context. And the problem was not the exe at all, but rather one of those other files you probably ignored, a DLL. If you didn't know, DLLs, or dynamic link libraries, also contain executable code just like exe files, but they aren't independent apps. You can't run them directly. This is an oversimplification, but they're basically just a collection of various functions and stuff that other apps can use, like borrowing a friend's toolbox to use. Now, first of all, technically there are other strategies where hackers can use DLLs besides just putting it in a download next to the app. But in terms of the initial infection, this is probably how it would happen, so we can just focus on that. The main thing is that you need to be able to trust both the program itself and who wrote it, and the source from where you acquired it. And by the way, you can tell the signature if you go into the properties panel, and you'll know that it has a trusted signature if it says the signature is okay in there. And you do have to actually double click to view the details of the signature. It's simply having one doesn't necessarily mean that it's valid. For example, if it shows a red X, then that means there's something wrong with the signature. Now, if you're not sure about the source, but it's just a single exe and it's signed, then it's fine. Or also, if it's a bunch of separate files, but all of them are signed, then that's fine. If not everything is signed, but it's downloaded from a trusted source, like the official website of the developer, that would also be fine. Otherwise, if you can't find it anywhere except some random person who uploaded it to their Google Drive or something, well, first of all, reconsider even running that. But of course, you can apply some common sense. Like if it was posted on some forum and the user who posted it is a longtime member and is generally trusted, you could make a judgment call there, though you should still check every single file because you can't be sure where they got it. They might not even know if it's malicious. Here's an example of a GitHub issue reply that is obviously malicious. Looking at it, I mean, they posted a link to a mega.nz file of a passworded zip folder, which is a nuclear red flag. So I don't know how this one still has not been deleted. Anyway, if you look at the person's account, it seems like it was either a legitimate user who had their account hacked, or they really put a lot of work into making it look real. So you really have to think about what you consider a trusted source. Now, if you download the app and there are unsigned DLLs, or maybe even the exe itself isn't signed, and also it's not necessarily a trusted source, but you're insisting you want to investigate and maybe run it, here are some ideas, but again, you probably just shouldn't. If you know the program itself is really old, like 10 years older or more, you could upload each file to VirusTotal and then look at the first submission date for each, and then see if those are all also really old. The longer it's been around, obviously, the more likely it is that it would be recognized at some point if it was malicious. You could also check if the first submission date for any of the files is way more recent than the date of the others. That could also be a clue that it doesn't belong. Next, another good thing to know is that VirusTotal shows a list of all the file names that file has been called when it's been uploaded by different people. So what you can do is upload each DLL and then look if there's any that had been submitted in the past under a different name, and which is the same name as one of the other DLLs you downloaded. Now, stay with me, here's why. Say, for example, the exe came with a bunch of DLLs, and when you upload one to VirusTotal called random.dll, you notice that it had also been uploaded at some point under the name videotools.dll. And then you look at the other DLLs that you downloaded, and you notice there is a different file that is named videotools.dll, but not this one. That could mean that random.dll is actually the real videotools.dll, but the one that is included in the download is fake and malicious, but then forwards any commands to the renamed real DLL, which, like I said, is called DLL proxying. That would only be the case if the malware actually does DLL proxying, though. They might not always do this, especially if the original DLL wasn't super critical and didn't make the program crash. Though, if the original DLL is included and renamed, another thing you can do is look at the details tab in the properties of all the DLLs that are signed, because if they're signed, that means you can actually trust the info in the details tab and that it wasn't tampered with. And there may be a original file name field, which is what the file was called when it was actually signed. So again, if there's one where the original file name says something different than what it's actually called, and it's also the name of a different file, that is suspicious. Though again, that's if you really want to play dangerously. If you're putting that much effort into it, you probably just shouldn't trust it. But in any case, for the rest of us, the main thing to remember is it's not just EXEs that you run that can be dangerous. It can be other stuff that they load, including DLLs. So you really have to trust both the source and the files themselves, because a lot of times DLLs, for one reason or another, are not signed. So that's why it's really important to get it from a trusted source. So I would be curious, which of you maybe didn't know about this? Are you going to be checking from now on? Let us know down in the comments. Of course, if you enjoyed.
Yeah. So I didn't know that about the DLL hijacking / DLL sideloading. So I'll be checking that as well. I'll also be checking for yeah. Oh, what's again? All right. well, simply checking for is basically I will scour the internet for a particular program that I would need. However, I will actually get into a Discord call with a bunch of my friends who are even more tech geeks than I am. And we will dissect the program itself and the source code, what it's trying to run and all that. So even with some that are VM aware, we'll still be looking at the source code. And if the source code is scrambled, then we just throw it away altogether.
Behold my most nefarious anti-capitalism plan yet. Every weekend, under the boss's nose, I've been lowering the prices of every item in the store by 5 cents.
Oh, that was you this entire time. Our sales have never been better.
Sir, I told you this. I literally have no idea what you're saying ever.
Yeah, very good initiative. I'm very impressed with people that normally do that these days. We have promotion.
I'm sure whatever he said means I'm fired for being extra super nefarious. So, update on the grocery store is I got a promotion because apparently your sales have been really good. But that being said, this deed is extra nefarious. I placed this chair in the middle of public, and let me tell you what, it is a very...
Anyways, see here. The fuck? Okay. Let's see here. Thank you, YouTube, for promoting my own video. What's this?
With conservatism traditionally holding an anti-gay position, being LGBT often meant that you were defaulted to the Democratic Party. But over the last decade, it seems like LGBT members who consider themselves conservative have been popping up left and right.
Oh my god, trust me, I'm a conservative.
And they face a lot of backlash for doing so. Terms like traitor, friendly fire, and my personal favorite, pick me, are common insults thrown around at those who go against the status quo.
What the fuck is going on?
I recently saw a video with Matt Bernstein and ContraPoints titled LGBT Conservatives that gave me some insight into how people on the left view this group on the right, and I wanted to comment on some of the things they said.
Yes, queer people should be allowed to be conservative, and I'm not going to like strip them of that, but also I'm still going to unfortunately think less of them. Like, take their self.
Isn't that what the right also think about the left? The right thinks of the left as less than them? Are we just not stooping down to their level? Anyways, what the fuck is this? Okay, so we're just moving on to the next video. But I don't want politics on my channel. Even if it's pro LGBT, that'll be a plus, but still, no politics on the channel at all. No matter if that makes you mad or not.
It was June 27th, 2025. At approximately 2:24 a.m., I received the following email.
We're absolutely delighted to connect with you. My name is... and I'm reaching out from the Hulu's Creator Partnerships team. We've been consistently impressed with the high quality and unique
I will do reverse engineering on to see what it actually does. So make sure to subscribe not to miss. If we take a look at the RDAP details, we can see that the scammer has leaked his personal address and his phone number. And the very fun part is that this number starts with +370, which is a Lithuanian country code. We can also see that our fellow scammer is from Lithuania by looking at his personal address. However, I will have the address as well as the phone number blurred to comply with YouTube's community guidelines. So there was that. In the part 2, we will actually go and...
Okay.
Apple Silicon is so...
Let me go get some water real quick. In the 1 minute meantime, enjoy the video.
good that even diehard Windows users are turning to Mac. Even the prices are shockingly competitive these days. That is, as long as you choose the starting at configuration. See, the thing is, when it comes to upgrading the base config, Apple quite literally values their memory and storage chips higher than gold by weight, which wouldn't be as much of a problem if you could just buy it now and then wait for prices to fall and upgrade after the fact. But unfortunately, because Apple solders these components to the mainboard, even in their desktops now, that is no longer possible. Or is it? We'll get to that in a moment. First, I want to acknowledge that soldering down components is not inherently bad. For system memory, the signal loss from longer traces, and especially from passing through a connector, is so great that particularly the GPU in Apple's latest silicon could have its performance significantly impacted by using modules. Now, some manufacturers might make different choices, and they might choose modules over cutting-edge performance, but Apple didn't, and neither of those choices is wrong. With that said, for storage, there is no technical reason that it needs to be soldered. To be clear, I'm not saying you could just plunk any PC SSD into your Mac and expect it to work. Apple's approach to storage does think differently, with the biggest difference being that their storage controller is integrated directly into the CPU rather than into the SSD like on this M.2 stick. This offers the advantage of hardware-level encryption through their secure enclave that prevents the storage from being accessed outside of the system it's paired with. But, as Apple's own designs reveal, NAND storage is an order of magnitude slower than RAM, and there is no performance penalty for mounting it to a modular card, as Apple tacitly admits by doing just that in the Mac Studio and the latest M4 Mac Mini. So why then does Apple solder their storage? 1, it's the way they've done it since the first iPhone, and habits are just so gosh darn hard to break. And 2, money. Well, you know what? I'm not giving Apple my money today. And I'm all about breaking bad habits. And I'm gonna do it with some help from Colin. Colin is the host of DOS Dude 1. We're gonna have his channel linked down below. And he is master of the dark art of upgrading non-upgradable Macs.
Today I'm gonna show Linus here how to actually perform these upgrades. Yes. And if he does well enough, I'll even let him try on one of his own machines himself.
It's gonna be awesome. Just
I'm interested in how this is going.
let's get started.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. First, we're gonna need some tools to get this job done. This is quite complicated, as you know. Here we've got a hot air station. We need a decent soldering iron, some solder paste, solder wick, and miscellaneous stuff.
Pick an egg.
Let's get started.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. First,
go.
we're gonna need some tools to get this job done. This is quite complicated, as you know. Here we've got a hot air station. We need a decent soldering iron, some solder paste, solder wick, and miscellaneous stuff like that. Some BGA stencils for the NANDs, this underfill removal tool with its little attachments here. And last thing in the list here is a preheater, which just makes the job a little bit easier.
I mean, everything here is something that I could easily obtain for myself. You're obviously highly experienced doing this, but is there any reason that someone couldn't watch this video, follow the same steps as us, and perform the same operation?
Certainly with enough practice, one could certainly do that. I'll show everything that's needed to be done here. It does take skill, it does take a lot of practice.
Okay.
So you absolutely need to practice before you attempt something like this.
Maybe on something dead.
Yes, something dead, absolute for sure.
Cool. We don't have to worry about that though, because Colin is going to be doing our first upgrade on my M2 MacBook Air from the 30-day Apple Challenge. I specifically ordered this with just 256 gigs of storage because I knew he was going to come help me fix it. And what's even better is that the 256 gig configuration comes with only a single NAND chip. So when you upgrade the storage, you also upgrade the bandwidth, which is pretty sick.
Yep.
By the way, that doesn't apply to the M3 and newer. They ended up backtracking on that whole design decision.
So you know, you actually made my life a whole lot more difficult by opting for that 256 gig config. Because in addition to having the NAND chip omitted, they also omitted about 50 components on the board, support components for that second NAND chip, that I also have to reinstall.
Oh, cool. Question for you. How hard is it to get your hands on, A, the NAND for these upgrades, and also those support components?
Yeah, so the NANDs are more difficult, obviously, than the support components, but those can be easily purchased off AliExpress. You just have to know
AliExpress. Did we not agree to not buy anything from AliExpress, Temu, Wish.com, any of that?
which ones you need for your specific system. Some sellers make it a little bit easier by going by the systems themselves, but that's not common. But the support components can be obtained from any parts distributor such as Mouser or DigiKey.
Mouser and DigiKey aren't exactly known for their affordability. Is this going to make more sense
DigiKey?
than just buying the higher end config in the first place?
Oh, 100% it will, because even at the worst case scenario, the upgrade cost is usually about half price, including a labor charge, which someone like me would charge if you were to send it in.
Have you ever used our precision kit before?
I have not yet, but I do have one that I will be using soon.
Okay, well, I'm not going to buy it. That's your first impressions then. I'll let you just do your thing.
When you take these apart, it's a little bit difficult to get the bottom off, but what I find is if you stick a bit in there and kind of just pry it out like this, gives you a good entry point. And then you can take this and pop the clips.
Oh, brilliant. I guarantee you we won't include little details like that, but what we might do is have an exclusive lmg.gg/floatplane where we have the more in-depth step-by-step of stuff that realistically you can follow any guide, how to disassemble a MacBook. We'll stay focused on the stuff that is unique to the NAND upgrades.
Oof. Lol. Theoretically, that you already did. So you have to replace both if you want to upgrade. Oh shit, my fuck. Sorry about that. I was already 8 minutes in, like, oh shit. So basically, they're talking about upgrading the storage for his MacBook Air. His MacBook basically. You got the 256 configuration, and apparently Apple's old style was to have it as NAND storage. So when you upgrade the storage itself, you actually upgrade the bandwidth as well. And he was talking about you can't replace the black goop because some special so it's basically proprietary goop for Apple products, basically. Even the cooling goop is proprietary. What the I didn't even know it was possible to make thermal paste a special kind of thermal paste to be proprietary and only work with their systems. Wow. All right. I'm gonna put away my plate real quick, and just for the minute, enjoy the video. Okay, so we're gonna continue watching this video, but let me set up the art portion of the stream real quick. All right.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You
back. We're back with the art stream. And I just realized I forgot to change the category real quick. Can I not do that? What the fuck? Why the Alright, we're back. Sorry about that. I don't know what the fuck happened. I really don't know what the fuck happened. It keeps on. So when I change the category through sc.live, it ends my stream. So I'm no longer gonna fucking do that. I'm no longer gonna fucking do that. That's just. Just. Yeah, that's my fucking mistake. I decided to change the category through sc.live, through Streamlabs.live, and it just keeps shutting down my streams. What the fuck? Just what the fuck? Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Anyways. I just want to have a smooth stream. Apparently Streamlabs, I don't know. I know Streamlabs updated recently. I guess this is a bug that they need to fix. But yeah, my mistake. My mistake on that. I'm just gonna update the category through the actual website itself. Well, in fact, here. Creator dashboard. All right. All right. I'm gonna have to like download all 3 streams. Oh yeah, all right. Here. And popping that out. Put this over here. Okay. And all right. So hopefully that fixes it. I hope. Hopefully that fixes everything. Uh, Scene collection tools, stream elements. Uh, anyways. Yeah. Basically. Oh yeah. So I'm not gonna be updating the category through Streamlabs anymore because I don't know what they fucked up with the recent update, but they fucked up something, and yeah, they fucked up something, and I can't just update it through the Streamlabs anymore. Let's see here. Neck crack. All right. All right. Ooh. I guess they don't have any more. They don't have an art category for YouTube. I don't know why, they just don't. Alright. That being said, hopefully everything is still stable. Yep, it is. Alright, there we go. Everything is. There we go. Yep. So. Anyways, see here. Oh yeah, so I hope y'all are okay with how the stream is going, even though it's been going to absolute shit. Right now, once again. Okay, Streamlabs. Fucking hell. Why doesn't Streamlabs just tell me, hey, you're not able to update your category midstream? You can have to. Why doesn't Streamlabs tell me anything when I install it? It just says, okay, here we go. Fuck around and find out. It just. That is the one-way ticket for me to get the fuck out of Streamlabs. It enrages me. Just expect someone to know how to use Streamlabs like a fucking expert for the first time using Streamlabs. This is what the fuck. It's just what the fuck. What the fuck 1,000 times what the fuck. Ah, that crack and a half. Okay, right now we're gonna have to see here. Yeah. Alright. Now what's it doing? I don't know what I was doing. Okay. Okay, we're gonna have to do that. Alright. Okay. Okay, we gotta do.
An expression I've not heard before. Here it is. Cold knife through butter time. Woo! Okay, now you flipped that up really fast. Is there any risk if you didn't have full flow that you could like rip a pad off if you were to do that move?
Yes, but I made sure it was fully, moving before I did that.
Got it.
So once it was fully loose, I just kind of flipped it up and out of the way. I need to remove all this underfill, and in order to do that, the solder has to be molten as well as the underfill brittle enough that I can scrape it away.
And you do these kinds of upgrades on like Steam Decks and...
Basically anything that has soldered RAM or storage, like you said, Steam Decks. I mainly do Apple stuff. I do like to work on the Apple stuff.
Now, I know that Apple has in the past had issues with like hardware pairing of, the NAND chip and the SoC. Was there any preparation process that we had to do before we just ripped this off and put a new NAND chip on there?
Nope. So the new NANDs I have are brand new NANDs that are blank with no firmware on them. And once we install them onto this board, the DFU restore process will program them appropriately.
Very cool. And this can just be discarded, I guess, then, because no one would want a 256 gigabyte NAND chip.
Yes, exactly.
You asked for this. Now you have it.
I need to use that to hold the board, pull it out a little bit like that. As you can see here, there is a bit of solder mask damage, and that was simply because I think these underfill tools are made of some sort of different material than the ones I'm used to, and they're a lot sharper, so they kind of dig in a little bit easier.
Okay.
In an ideal world, you don't want any of that. We might have to go back and fix it, but I don't think so.
How do we fix that?
You use that stuff, that solder mask right there, and you basically put it on there, in those areas, and then you scrape the pad area away.
Okay, well hopefully we don't have to do that.
We'll find out real quick here if the solder mask issue is gonna be an issue.
Right now we're just reballing these or what?
I'm just tinning them up to prepare to actually remove all the solder.
Oh.
And it's easier to add leaded solder to it and then remove it than just to remove the straight lead-free solder.
And we use leaded solder because it's just plain gosh darn easier to work with.
Way easier to work with, like there's no comparison.
But we also support the use of lead-free solder in industry because there's less lead in it. Okay, those all look like they tinned up pretty nicely.
Yep, and the solder mask damage is not deep enough to cause any issues at all. If it did, you'd see the solder I just put on there stick to those parts.
I'm a little surprised because we can see the copper color, but we haven't gone all the way down to the bare metal.
Yep.
Wonderful.
And again, I don't do that usually.
Right. So now we're using
fuck
a
my
solder
fucking
wick.
mic.
Yes, solder wick.
Rate our station out of 10.
I'd say it's a good 9 out of 10.
Really?
8.5, 9 out of 10. It's a lot better than my setup, so I can only say so much.
Now we're refluxing to put those caps back on.
Yep. I'm gonna reinstall those real quick here.
Oh, is there a reason we do those first instead of doing the NAND first?
It doesn't really matter. I could do them after.
Pro tip, make sure you put them on the right way, hey? And how do you make the judgment call whether to put new solder or reuse the original solder?
It just depends. If it's a small component, I'll always replace the solder because it's so hard to get them to actually stick. But with something big like these capacitors, I'm just gonna use what it's got. Now we need to deal with all these pads here for the extra components that we have to install.
Yes.
So first, I'm gonna put some flux on them. And for these, I am going to re-tin them all with leaded solder.
As a late 30-something, I think the most remarkable part of this for me is watching him do this without any magnification or assists. I see you've obtained from laptopschematics.com Apple schematics. Apple doesn't, provide these, do they?
No, they don't. They don't. But I acquired it. I need it for this job, and we're gonna use it to get all these components installed.
Eat a dick, Apple.
So if you take a look at this schematic here, some of the components, you can see all this row of decoupling capacitors right here. These 0.1 microfarad, 2.2. I just omit those. I do install a couple of them, like these 20 microfarads here. And then same here, I just kind of omit all these smaller value ones. And that'll still provide enough decoupling for this NAND to work effectively. Engineer who designed this would probably be cringing right now as I'm saying this, but just due to time constraints and just the immense tedious nature of doing this, they're just gonna be omitted. It works just fine. I start out with the top here, PP1V25 Awake NAND.
Yeah, so this is power, right?
Yep. One of the 3 power rails that each NAND requires. That resistor, RN110, O201s, very small. And for these, we only need 1.
Thank God. And how do you tell the difference between that and random debris on your pad?
You can see the little shiny parts of it. Find the component that I probably just got stuck to the bottom of my hand. Yep, there it is.
This is ridiculous.
It's double the size of 01005s. They use those on iPhones.
Cool.
All right.
How do you check if you did it right?
So I just look at it, and then I actually did it a little bit during the process. I measure them if I ever have a question about which one is which.
I noticed you switched off of the tweezers you were using before.
Yes, they were slightly magnetic.
I had asked him before, you know, aside from precision screwdrivers, if there's any other tools he felt, you know, could be improved. So make sure if we ever do tweezers, they're non-magnetic.
Yeah, definitely not, because they pick up the little components and you
Yeah.
can't, like, you know, work with them or place them. So now with that all out of the way, we need to get this solder off of there. So I'm gonna put it back on the preheater and remove that, and then we'll get the NANDs reballed and prepare them to be installed.
Heck yeah. We ready to put the NANDs on now?
Yep, we're ready to put the NANDs on. And thinking about that, there's one thing I use in my daily setup that I don't have here, and that is an optical drive. And I use that just as a platform. It has a thin aluminum panel, doesn't retain much heat, and allows me to heat the NANDs while pushing down on them with tweezers.
I will obtain you something.
My MacBook.
Couldn't find an optical drive, but hear me out. Old LG Gram.
That'll work just fine. This feels like plastic.
I know.
I guess we'll find out.
That's how they made it weigh less than a kilogram. Here's our NAND chip.
Each one is 1 terabyte.
Sick. So I'm going from 256 gigs to 2 terabytes for a couple hours worth of labor compared to the hundreds and hundreds of dollars that Apple would charge me for that upgrade.
Yep.
You're right. It's like a no-brainer.
It really is. It really is. If you have the skill to do this, it definitely is worth it.
Even if you don't, send it to someone?
Yeah, it even is worth it to pay someone to do it for you.
Question for you though. What do we know about the quality of this?
Yes, so these NANDs I buy are brand new, at least sold to me that way, and with this particular seller, I've never had any problems. These are Apple NANDs, so once you install these, there is literally no difference between putting these on yourself or buying them on the machine from Apple.
They taste the same?
Probably.
One difference I noticed from the original NAND is that it is physically thicker.
Yeah, it literally is a higher stacked die inside the chip. What I usually do is I have some Kapton tape and I cut it and use that to attach the NANDs to the bottom of the stencil. You can actually feel when it goes into place because it has a little bit of solder on it. That makes it a little bit easier.
Okay, because I was really impressed.
To get this reballed, we're going to be using solder paste, which looks like this. Essentially what this is a bunch of tiny solder balls suspended in flux. To clean all the solder paste off, I just kind of take it and, yep, perpendicular, and it just cleans it right off. So with that done, we're ready to take the hot air and melt the solder paste into position.
And it'll make little balls.
So with this, you want to go pretty slow with it. You don't want to heat it too quickly at once because that will cause the solder paste to run underneath the stencil and could cause problems. The thermal mass of our LG Gram might be a little high.
Okay, so it's just a matter of getting our temperature dialed in for our situation here.
Yep.
Well, that was worth it. We have some slightly thicker solder balls.
Yep, but we're not done yet though. We have to heat it one more time with no stencil to make sure everything lays flat on the chip. Okay, so there's one fully done and ready to be installed.
Nice. I think it's so cool that enterprising right to repair folks managed to figure this stuff out. Not just, you know, in the absence of Apple's help, but with them in some cases actively working against this kind of thing.
It's actually kind of surprising they make it this easy. There's no pre-programming required, which was the case on the older T2 Macs.
I mean, wow, that is really hunting for a W for them there, but sure.
You know, the programming part is a whole other situation, so to not have to deal with that is good.
Less ass, at least.
Yeah, I guess that's a good way to put it.
Okay, cool.
All right, now it's literally just solder them on the board and do a DFU restore. I'm using the board view here to reference which position pin 1 goes on each chip, so you can see the pin 1 dot right there. These pads I would consider huge compared to most pads. Like, I've done these before. I've done the SoCs.
By hand.
By hand, yeah.
Well, I'm impressed.
The other NANDs we're going to be working with is BGA 315, which is this footprint. These are a lot tighter. You kind of feel when they have a little resistance, that's when they're hitting the pads. Perfect. This one, I kind of want to get pretty perfect because of the solder mask issue.
Right, to make sure we don't accidentally bond to any of the exposed copper.
Yep, exactly. So now we just have to heat with the hot air to solder them into position. One thing you can do to make sure is just tap it with some tweezers. You want to see it move.
Oh yeah, she moves.
So that's perfect there.
Oh, there she goes. Ooh, she sucked down really nice.
And that's it, we're done. So now we just have to do a DFU restore.
I've always kind of wondered about people like you, where you seem to both completely recognize all of Apple's horse and yet somehow retain something of a reverence for them.
I love Apple, as you can probably tell, and I like it because it's a challenge. Like some of them are a challenge like these. It's just kind of fun to work on, and I like the software. If you had to give me Windows 11 or the latest version of Mac OS, it's a night and day difference to me. I would never consider using Windows 11 in any circumstances. The reason I've got everything disassembled here, in addition to making it easier to take it back out to do extra work if needed, there's also some pads you can see right here, and one of which is used to put the machine in DFU mode. Now, if you just plug it into power as is, it's going to boot loop and make it extremely difficult to use the keyboard commands to do it. So I like to do it this way because you can just plug it in with those pads shorted and it will go straight into DFU mode. And because this resistor isn't populated, I actually have to short from that pad to this pad.
And why would that resistor not be populated?
Because it's part of the debug bomb and it's not stuffed on this board because it's not a development board.
How much does that resistor cost?
For them at scale, probably like less than a cent. I need to short that pad to this pad.
Okay.
And
Boom.
there it is.
Revive Mac or Restore Mac?
Hold Option and click Restore Mac, because I already have the software downloaded.
So intuitive. Such intuitive software. You're right, this is so much better than Windows 11. Hold Option to do it.
Okay, and then I need to select 15.5, latest version. If the NANDs get programmed improperly due to my mistakes with putting those components on, the NANDs are unusable at that point, so that's always fun. Hit it.
Whoop, hold on. That happened right after you cut the camera. We got an Apple logo. I assume that's a good sign.
That's good so far. The slightly filled progress bar is what I'm really looking for, because if it gets to that stage, it's good.
Yes, there we go. All right, let's go.
We're good.
Should we wrap there for today and I take my run at it tomorrow?
Sure. We'll let this finish, make sure everything looks good, and there it is, right there, 2 terabytes.
2 terabytes, baby!
Heck yeah.
Freaking awesome. And the best part is I'm probably never gonna use more than like 30 gigs of it. I use network attached storage for everything.
Well, the upgrade itself is the fun process here, so that's all that really matters.
Speaking of which, is it my turn?
It is your turn. So
okay, what are we gonna do it on?
Well, we've got a pile of Macs here for you. I would advise starting with the M4 Mac Mini. I think that's gonna be the easiest one for a beginner to attempt.
Okay, I'm gonna do it then. In its stock configuration, this is a pretty affordable machine, so no big deal.
And it has a module.
But in its upgraded configuration, it's so valuable. I stand to lose so little and gain so much.
We also do have 2 of these, so if you break it, we can just movie magic it.
Through the magic of buying 2 of them.
Yeah, as they say.
Feel free to supervise, because I can't remember how this one comes apart. Hold on, don't tell me the answer.
Just be careful with it, it likes to break. Good.
All right, so did we just do all of these?
Yep, all 8 of those, and then there's 2 T3s in the middle. And I usually just leave that plugged in. Yep, just take the fan off, there's just 2 T5s there holding it in.
And there it is.
And there it is. And that's just a T8.
So we've got 2 NAND packages.
Yep.
And they are opposite each other. Yes. Step 1, heat it up and scrape away the shmoo.
Yep, that's right.
Let's go. Okay, where's our hot air gun?
Not ready for that just yet.
Oh.
First, you gotta put it in the board holder.
We want it oriented this way,
yep,
so that we can more easily slide our tool in from the side that has no surface mount components in the way. All right, now heat gun.
First.
Nope, not heat gun.
First, prepare your tool.
Do we use the top scraper or the bottom one?
Tip.
We like the tip. Okay.
And when you do this, you want to be pretty gentle with it, as to not scrape away the solder mask like I accidentally did with your other one.
So do as you say, not as you do. So I'm gonna guess, and I'm gonna say 330.
No.
But you ended up at that high.
That was a bigger board. This has way less thermal mass, and it's elevated, so the mat won't sink any heat.
Okay, 279.
250.
250.
Just concentrate it straight to the chip.
I'm totally gonna do this, Alex.
I would give you probably like a 67% chance of winning here, but
67% or 60 to 70?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd give it about a 45%.
What? 45?
I know how this goes.
How all of it do I need?
Like I said, you don't have to be too thorough with this. As long as you get a separation of some sort between those components, you're good. Call that good?
I'm gonna call that good on this part.
Okay.
So now we heat it up and we try to get under it?
Yep.
I'm thinking 300.
Right.
Yep, that's exactly right.
Let's go. Cold knife through butter, baby.
You'll start to feel when it starts to get trapped under there, which is exactly what you want.
Let's go, boys.
Okay.
Step 1, Complete.
Now, cleaning. While you're doing this, please make sure not to touch any components.
Right, because we're at a solder melting temperature, so they would just
Yep.
move. So we're getting the underfill and the solder off right now, hey?
Yes, yep, that's right. That looks pretty good, actually. That looks really good. I'm pretty
See?
satisfied with that.
Oh, ye of little faith. All right,
Okay.
now we go lower temperature and we get all the rest of the black schmoo off.
Yes, 250.
250, all right.
When you remove that, you want to make sure the stuff on the sides is pretty flat because the new NANDs we're going to be installing are actually wider than the originals. A little bit is not going to hurt anything when we reball it. It's going to have enough height to make up for any of that. The closer you can get it, the better. Oh, I'm 100% confident in that. You're good.
That's the first
You're
100%
good.
confidence I've ever gotten from my teacher. Okay, I'm gonna think we put on flux and then we put on solder paste.
Fluxy and solder.
Let's go, boys.
But no solder paste on the board. You'll use the spool of solder with the soldering iron to
That's
clean
right.
off all the original,
Okay.
the residual.
So I'm gonna put on
Just
much.
enough to cover.
Alright.
Okay, give me my new odds based on what you've seen so
Okay,
far.
we're hitting a good 90%. I'm gonna go up to 90%.
90%. Take that, Alex. Colin gave me 90% now.
Yeah, he gave you 45 at first.
Exactly.
Yeah, see, now you can really see
There
that the
we
solder's
go.
being removed.
Look at her go. Let's go, bud. I just needed more surface contact.
Yep.
So I'm just using the fatter part of the tip, and now it's working great, bud.
You got it. Yep, I don't see any issues.
Let's go.
So now just clean it with rubbing alcohol and paper towel.
With both sides clean, it's time to reball.
You got your stencil first here.
Oh.
And let me grab the new NAND.
Oh, it has little piggies on it. Why does it have piggies on it?
The seller I buy these from in China always puts little stamps on them like that.
Adorable. And these are 1 terabyte each?
1 terabyte each, correct.
It's not as much thicker this time, though. Okay.
They're definitely getting the density down with these newer ones for the newer systems.
Very cool.
Now, I know that stencil has 4 footprints, but the way the stencil warps, I would highly advise doing just 1 at a time.
Sure, that makes sense. Okay, now if I recall correctly, I pull this off and then we heat it up so that we ball.
Don't pull it off yet.
No, we ball it first?
Yep, heat it first. Let's go 330.
330.
Because remember, press the button, and before you heat, take these tweezers and keep pressure on the chip.
It's harder for me to tell when it starts shimmering when it's all fresh solder balls.
Yeah, that's perfect. I don't see any problems there. Okay, so one last step is apply a decent bit of flux to the center of it. Perfect. And heat it again with the hot air.
All right, because I'm elite hacksaw, I'm gonna say pin 1 is top left.
Nope.
Damn it!
All right, that's good.
All right.
Now take and carefully align your chip to the pads.
Right there.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Not.
It's impossible to describe, but you can kind of feel it.
I told you can feel it.
Yeah. Now we go to
heat.
330.
300.
300.
And just kind of hold it at a specific spot and just wait. And I wouldn't recommend you tap it on this one.
Tap it? Oh, I wasn't gonna tap it.
Okay, good. Once you see the flux start bubbling out of the sides of it, that usually means it's done.
Okay.
So you're
Yeah,
done.
I'm seeing bubbling, so
You're done.
It didn't move at all.
That's just because your alignment was so perfect that it just went straight down and you couldn't see it.
Okay, that's pretty sick.
And wait for it to cool down just a little bit and then hit it.
Then we can do the other one.
Yep. And then you got to do this all over again. I couldn't ask for a better result than that.
So am I hired?
You're hired, man.
Let's go. Now it's time to put it back in. Just get my T5 and my T3 queued up so I don't have to keep reaching into this. Oh yeah, what a feature. Look at it go. LTT Precision Screwdriver, LTTstore.com.
Short those 2 pins.
Okay. I'm 100% confident right now.
Let's hope. I hope.
You mean
okay,
hope?
we're in DFU mode. That's a good sign so far.
This is the part where this bar is going to start moving.
Yep, let's hope.
And this is the part where if Apple didn't cheap out and they were willing to put touchscreens on their Macs, I would be interfering with the process.
Once that progress bar starts filling, just like the other one, then we're good.
No, we're good now.
No, we failed, dude.
What? That can't be right. An error occurred while formatting the NAND.
That means either the NAND's incompatible or improperly programmed. So, I think we might be SOL here. However, we still have an option to go to 1 terabyte with some extra chips I have.
That was shockingly fast. So I have 1 terabyte of storage then?
Yes, 1 terabyte using my backup chips that I luckily decided to bring with me.
That's fine. So I still got a very significant upgrade,
Oh, yeah,
4x
for
the
sure.
storage, and I got a learning experience.
Yeah, and nothing you did messed anything up. Nothing was your fault, so it was just bad chips, and incompatible NANDs. So.
And I think that's probably a good thing for people to take away from this video, is that while, yes, you know, we can work around Apple's limitations, it isn't, even for an expert, completely without risk.
Yeah.
Which isn't to say that it isn't worth the effort. I mean, for every person who contacts you and, you know, ultimately gets their machine upgraded, they get two benefits.
Yep.
One, they save money, and two, they keep a machine that potentially they couldn't use anymore because of its limited hardware.
Exactly.
Out of the garbage bin.
Yep.
Which is pretty important to me anyway.
Unlike a lot of people, you did not mess up the board when removing the underfill, which a lot of people do, so that's pretty impressive.
I had a very helpful supervisor. Yeah, we shouted out your channel earlier, but hey, now we're showing it. Go check him out, DOSDude1. We'll have him linked in the video description. Thanks so much for coming up here, Colin.
Yep.
All right. That's actually pretty good. I'm gonna look for another video. Wait. I just realized. Yeah. Okay.
I've been asked. Asked by.
All right, there we go.
Quite a few people to take a look into whatever this is. It's called Stop Killing Games. The only thing that I've heard from this, by the way, is Pirate Software is yet again involved in more drama for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know what it's all about. Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games they have sold to consumers. Wait, is this about live service games? An increasing number of video games are sold effectively as goods with no stated expiration date, but designed to be completely unplayable as soon as support from the publisher ends. This practice is a form of planned
obsolescence.
Say this word, obsolescence, and is not only detrimental to customers, but makes preservation effectively impossible. Furthermore, the legality of this practice is largely untested in many countries. Just based on this, which obviously is an incredible amount of thing to go off of, challenging the legality, the legal problem of publishers destroying video games they've sold because they're sold as goods with no expiration date, but designed to become unplayable when support from the publisher ends. I can definitely see this being a big problem, especially in live service games and also games like MMOs, kind of games that get frequent updates. Probably less of a problem in, for example, single player games that have like a story, and if they get to a point with like no bugs, I guess, but it still definitely could be an issue at that point. But I don't understand why anybody could see this and have like a big problem with it. But before I sign anything and support it, I would like to get the full picture, of course, so we can watch a Most Critical video.
And then you ask yourself, well,
So this is Boys Critical Stop Killing Games. Hopefully we can get the full picture
you know
here.
what this is right here, pal?
Jazz
Not
hands.
tough guy. You feeling lucky?
No.
Yeah, that's right. Spirit fingers.
What?
You know why? Because it's been about 30 hours since I last slept, and I've done 3 different intros, all of which crash and burned, and I am off my gourd, so now I'm going wacko mode.
Yeah, I feel that.
But,
bro, I was always under the impression that Most Critical basically just one take. I thought it was one take Jake, dude. I thought he one-shot all of his videos.
In my sleep-deprived state, I am still lucid enough to recognize how cattywampus the AAA gaming space has become.
I literally made a video about this on my second channel, Brand Offline, about video games basically selling half-baked products at this point and finishing their game with paid DLC. So you're paying like 2 to 3 times the price for one completed game, or what feels like one completed game.
The gaming industry is getting away with more and more garbage where they'll take a shit in your mouth and you're expected to thank them for adding some flavor to your taste buds. It's
That's exactly what I'm saying. That is a very wild way of putting it, but that's fair.
terrible. And there is an initiative
Can't see
that has been
here.
aiming to fight back against a lot of these
Stop killing
practices
games.
that I think really need some big overhaul. And it's an initiative that I think a lot of you are probably very familiar with. It's called Stop Killing Games.
Okay, am I crazy for this literally being the first time I have ever heard of this initiative? Was this a big thing that I just flew under my radar somehow?
Yes.
And I've followed it since its inception. I've talked about it on stream quite a few times, though this is my first video going over it. And I regret that now because I see it wasn't going as well as I thought it was. Admittedly, I didn't follow how successful the initiative was, only that it was aiming to do good for consumers, and that it was taking proper steps legally to get there. And
okay, so that sounds like a great thing.
it was going through all of the right channels. And now today I watched a video from the guy that's spearheading this. His name is Ross. He posted a video called The End of Stop Killing Games, where he's giving an update on where everything's at and how it's kind of at the finish line here with a lot of failure to show for it, with only a few other chances to fight back.
Wait, why though? I feel like most people should be behind this, right?
Now, before getting into the weeds on the topic, I want to get this in the beginning because I imagine the vast majority of people won't watch the whole thing.
Okay.
I'm putting a link to the full video on Stop Killing Games, as well as a link to where you'd go to help support the Stop Killing Games initiative.
Sorry,
because there's only a little bit of time
screaming.
left for the most important parts of it now that it's at the end. But for those that don't know anything about Stop Killing Games, I'm going to let him explain it in his own words, so you can get an actual, correct, informed explanation of what the initiative is. And the reason I say it like that, kind of like fucking all, pinky out, snooty, is because a lot of people don't even really know what this is because of people like Pirate Software completely misrepresenting what the initiative was.
What did bro do now, dude? Oh my goodness, I swear to God.
As a refresher, Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement to stop publishers from effectively destroying video games they have already sold to customers.
I'll pause right there. The simplest bare bones.
Is that all you need to know? I mean, okay. 10 out of 10, good.
Bones, birthday suit, butt-ass naked explanation for what this is. Stop destroying things that people have paid money to own.
Yes.
I think that is a very understandable, very reasonable take.
Unless it's like one of those rage rooms where you literally pay to go destroy it.
Very agreeable. Now I want to quickly jump to a different spot in this video because I think it's important to have this in the beginning because it's something a lot of people have heard that comes from someone that is just wrong about it. It's the Pirate Software.
Okay.
Ross is addressing the video Pirate Software made many months ago. Ross even says that he didn't plan on doing that because he didn't want to be seen as using this for drama farming because it would start to make the movement look less of like a legitimate initiative and more of just like drama slop content type thing.
Damn, hey, good on him for kind of not getting into the drama to make his initiative actually stand out and still feel like an actual initiative. It's a good ethical move.
But he finally starts talking about Pirate Software here because it's at the end of the life cycle of this initiative and it's not looking promising, so he's willing to do anything to try and set the record straight and hopefully start getting more momentum back to the movement because the damage Pirate Software did to it through his video was substantial.
This video came out right as we were building momentum. Then except for one boost in Germany, the signatures started drying up like clockwork.
You know what's crazy? I think I actually have seen that thumbnail. I just never clicked it.
Ford does not understand what Stop Killing Games is. Here it is in his words.
So for those who don't understand...
Okay, if we're listening to Pirate Software, dude, I have to go to normal speed because bro talks pretty fucking quick.
The Stop Killing Games initiatives...
Christ, never fucking mind, let me put it on 3 times.
...is basically, we don't want single-player games to have DRM that the developers can turn off and thus render the single-player games inactive anymore. That's this is what they want to change. They need to be specific that they're talking about single-player games that do...
But they're not, right? It's all games.
...not need a server to support them.
No.
And as much as they want it to be about specifically games, whereas a single-player game that has always online functionality...
Okay, but where did it say single-player games?
Would impact every live service game that exists, instead of just targeting single-player, always online games.
But that's the point, right? Isn't that the point?
No, that's not what it is. Stop Killing Games includes single-player games, but nothing about it is specific to them.
No.
He completely made that up, and I have no idea where he got that impression. It's the first line on the website. Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games they have sold to customers.
Yeah, Okay,
But
so
the movement-
he just got it wrong. I sat through like a 2.5 to 3 hour, I can't even remember how long it was, Dr. K video. I really enjoyed Dr. K content. I saw Dr. K's interview with Pirate Software, and I'll keep it a buck, dude. I really thought the World of Warcraft drama with Pirate Software was blown way out of proportion. But bro, that dude just sounds arrogant, snarky, and unfucking pleasant to discuss anything with. Oh my god. He's never wrong, so I'm not gonna be surprised if he doesn't own up to his mistakes here.
And includes all this stuff from earlier, and he was mostly talking about the initiative.
He didn't even get the Cliff Notes summary right. He missed all the QTEs and got the bad ending on understanding the initiative from the jump here.
He did work for Blizzard. Oh, sorry, that makes it alright to be a dick.
Ross is correct.
Yeah, of course.
This has nothing to do with just single-player only games that require an online connection, that when the online connection is severed, you lose access to the game.
Yep.
Like, yeah, that is included in all of this, but that's not, like, what the whole movement is about. And for some reason, Pirate Software is stun-locked on that, like, fixated, as if that is the actual, like, meat and potatoes of Stop Killing Games.
Yeah, I don't get
They
why.
need to be more specific in their language about it being single-player, always online.
If it was just about single player online games, I'm sure they would have been more specific. Have you ever thought the reason they weren't specific about it is because it's not just about single player
Connectivity games.
Dude, I'm losing my mind.
When that's just not what it's about. Like, they're not being specific about that because that is not what they are specifically targeting.
this
It is
crazy.
about the whole practice of destroying games that consumers have already purchased and having no end-of-life plans for games that are being sunset. So, for example, The Crew. The Crew is an example everyone is going to reference and talk about because Ubisoft is still currently in a lawsuit battling against it for what
Oh, what the hell? I am so out of the loop, dude. This is insane. I have no idea what this
happened
is.
with this game. I've yapped about it quite a bit, so I'm not just going to regurgitate that. I'm sure a lot of you already know the story about
Okay,
it.
I don't, but that's
basically,
fine.
You buy The Crew, Ubisoft pulls the plug on the servers, you can't play The Crew anymore, now it's just an old wet dream of what once was. And they are facing a lawsuit, and while this is in the umbrella of Stop Killing Games, it is not the only thing Stop Killing Games
Of course
is
it's
referencing.
not. By the way, I do think that is incredibly fucking scummy. You bought The Crew and can no longer download it. It shows a message. You no longer have access to this game. Why not check the store to pursue your adventures? I think it's even scummier that they try to get you to buy more shit after stealing from you. What the fuck?
When it comes to this practice. Pirate Software is so hung up on it being single-player games that people lose access to, when
Doesn't
that is
have
a
to be.
component of it, but not the entire focus.
Well, the short version
I think it's good that Charlie's clearing this up in all fairness.
is the initiative is about requiring publishers to have end-of-life plans for games they've sold to customers in the future. So when they shut them down, customers can continue running them without their support. So that's one thing Thor doesn't understand, but he also seems to think this is about converting multiplayer games to single-player.
Would this also work, by the way, in the essence of Destiny, with the fact that their game basically became redundant because you can hardly play the original Destiny anymore? And not only that, would it also work for Destiny 2 when they sunset the story content? If I bought Destiny 2 when it released, like I did, if I play it today, I can't play the story content that was in the game in the original because they've sunset that shit. They vaulted it. It doesn't exist in their game files anymore. There's no code for it. Yes? Surely this is just a good fucking thing to do then. What is the problem?
An entire multiplayer server-side game into a single-player video game, which means rebalancing the entire experience around single player.
No, it doesn't, because that's not the fucking problem. Where did you even get that problem from? What?
Rebuilding everything in the entire game. How are you going to do that with Final Fantasy XIV? You're just going to make all the raids soloable? Imagine the day that World of Warcraft shuts down.
What argument is that? What? Oh my god, bro's making demons to fight.
And suddenly you have to make it a single-player game for every individual that ever bought the game.
No, you
That's what
don't.
they're asking.
Ooh.
No, it's not.
Because they would have to sunset
Hey,
live
what's
service
up?
games as a single-player
Hey,
experience.
Missy
The idea
Reedy.
that suddenly
How are you?
need to make every
Just doing
single live service game
art,
playable single-player offline.
right now in the art section of my stream.
Listen, holy fuck. Why is bro so stunned?
Yeah, right now I'm doing just the art section of my stream. All right. How are you? How you been?
Locked on single player? This is pissing me off.
No, dude.
Correct. No.
This part is more confusing than Finnegan's Wake, because nowhere in anything on Stop Killing Games has this even been like a talking point from anyone besides Pirate Software. I don't know where he pieced this puzzle together. Like,
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I have no idea, dude.
Like, if I'm gonna try and like really reach here and give like a charitable explanation for this take, maybe he's extrapolating based on the idea that if publishers have to have end-of-life plans for their games, that includes MMOs, where once the game is getting sunset, you're pulling the plug on it, you would then need to turn the game over to the community in a playable state, an accessible state, like give the code to them. Thus, it'd turn it into a single-player experience, so the onus would be on the developers to rebalance their game to be a single-player experience for them.
No.
I guess. I have no idea. That still just doesn't make any sense, but maybe that's the tree he's barking up with that thought process. I really don't know, because Stop Killing Games...
I don't think it is. I think he just misread the entire situation and cannot admit that he was wrong about it and just apologize.
At no point ever says any of these multiplayer games need to be converted to single player. That really is outlandish. And the more I think about it, like, the more nonsensical it becomes, because even in Pirate Software's hypothetical fanfic there, why would the developers need to rebalance the game? They would just turn over the code to the community and just it'd be in that state. They're no longer responsible for...
They're not developers anymore. They're ex-developers.
Balancing the game, that's the whole point. They're not indefinitely supporting it. They would just be responsible of leaving the game in an accessible state to the community while they would shut down the servers on their end. Like, they wouldn't need to go back through with a whole development team and, like, you know, tweak the game to be single-player compatible. It just doesn't make sense. Like, I really do not understand that one.
I don't understand where the idea even came from, other than he just misread it.
But apparently a lot of people latched onto that talking.
Please let me at least apologize, right? I'm going to assume not based on previous Pirate Software shit, but...
Point from Pirate Software is something that Stop Killing Games was asking for, and how unreasonable it was. Which, if that's what Stop Killing Games was asking for, it would be unreasonable.
It would.
But that's not what it's asking for.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single-player games.
Oh, he's so close. He's so...
Wait, I'm so confused. You just read it out. You just read the literal thing that disproves everything you're saying. What? I'm gonna go back. I'm confused.
Does it say that it's directly targeting always online single-player games?
Oh, he's so close. He's so close to getting it.
It is vague, and because of that, it will impact.
He never has that light bulb moment.
Oh my god, bro. It's like they're teasing him by putting the two fucking the two wires so close to each other that you can smell.
I can smell you.
The smoke forming from the spark, but it just never hits. But Brian, he looked at it from another perspective. He should look at it from the right perspective.
Well, he is correct in that statement. It's almost as if that's not what the initiative is asking for.
Exactly.
I know this part is once again just reinforcing that he doesn't know what the Stop Killing...
It's regurgitating information, but it's necessary.
Games movement is about. But I have to just show you this because it is so fascinating, because he himself literally calls out that Stop Killing Games at no point explicitly mentions single-player always online games or anything like that.
But it doesn't not mention it, so that means I can say it's only about that. You fucking...
And for some reason, instead of following the breadcrumbs that would naturally lead him to the conclusion of, oh, maybe I misunderstood. Maybe, because it's absent here, that's not what this is actually about.
Exactly.
Instead, he uses it as a criticism against the Stop Killing Games initiative entirely, saying it's just too vague. It's way...
Bro just doubles down again.
Too vague. The reason it is not explicitly stated there is because that is not what the whole initiative is about. It is not specifically targeting that thing that you keep saying that it is.
Exactly.
I don't know how that never clicked.
But those were his streams with a smaller audience.
Okay.
What does he say in his big YouTube video with over 1 million views that he had time to research?
Oh god.
If we're trying to kill off the practice of developers putting together a live service game, pitching it as a single-player experience, and then taking away support in the future...
Now he's changed it again and is making up how it's about single-player games are advertised. What is he...
Bro just has a fucking fetish with single-player games, I think, or at least the word single-player games.
Doing?
It needs to be specific about the business practice it's trying to defeat, which is specifically companies that are doing this under the guise of it being a single-player game, but adding online-only functionality that is not necessary and doesn't add any
god.
No, that's not it at all.
This is a really strong section from Ron.
Bro, I am actually losing brain cells.
Ooh.
What the fuck? By the end of this video, we are all gonna go sign this petition, by the way, and I want anybody watching this YouTube video that I end up uploading with this video to also do the same, and subscribe to the channel. Yeah.
If we don't like the idea of live service games as a whole, I get it. Don't play live service games.
I think Brand Online just so I don't think he knows the component of the crucial component about this petition is that it is only for British for British and UK citizens that can sign a petition. So anyone who is in who is in England or who is in the United Kingdom, only people only people who are in England and the United Kingdom can sign a petition. Nobody else. Because that's where the petition originally is from Europe.
Then don't agree to those terms.
No, he's getting a new thing wrong now. We're not against them exist.
This needs to be a meme. Somebody needs to clip this and use this as a meme for like anything going forward.
We're not against them existing. We're against them being destroyed with no recourse for the customer.
Exactly.
Pirate Software then goes on to talk about like the business practice of misleading consumers into thinking that what they're buying is a product as opposed to a license to a product, which is a totally separate thing. And then he criticizes Stop Killing Games for not being specific about that thing that he is bringing up.
Our problem is not with licenses failing to inform people. Blizzard says they can take away your purchase for no reason. That sounds pretty clear to me. Our problem is those terms are so hostile to consumers and the medium.
Yeah, that is fucking crazy, by the way. Yeah, you just bought our $60 game. Yeah, we can take that away at any given notice for no reason at all, by the way.
But they should be taken off the table entirely.
It's like, all right, so I can refund it at any given point and still have the game to play, right? Because that's how that should work.
Needs regulation. Forget video games. If you look at basic commerce for hundreds of years, when you paid money, you either got to keep what you paid for, or if it was a service, you were told when your access ends.
Or you're renting, right? Renting is slightly different, but then it needs to be very clear. It is not a purchase. You are renting.
The vast majority of online-only games do neither of those.
He's exactly right. That is a huge problem.
So basically, any game that you've bought through Blizzard, if you play World of Warcraft, you're just renting the game. Microsoft and Minecraft might do the same thing. So we're basically just renting the games that we play. We don't own shit. That's insane, dude. I can now understand why Pirate Software's video basically put a stop to this entire fucking movement. That video got 1 million+ views. That amount of misinformation without ever clarifying, correcting, or at the very bare minimum, apologizing for getting the whole fucking thing wrong is absolutely disgusting.
If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not want to run one at all, then no one's going to run them.
Oh no! He wheeled out that line about publishers having to support the game forever. He was literally watching the video earlier where it says it won't do that in big letters. That wasn't enough. We just can't stop gamers from going there, even when we spell it out.
That's the last clip I want to show from this section on the Pirate Software video, but it's a very important one because this is something a lot of people also think the Stop Killing Games initiative is about, where developers, publishers will have to support their games forever. Like, till the fucking heat death of the universe, they'll have to support.
I could understand people thinking that, to be fair, but it did say in big letters that's not the point,
these
right?
games under the initiative. When that is not the case. It is very simply asking that when the game has reached the end of its life cycle, the publishers, developers don't want to work on it any longer, to turn it over to the community to still be in a playable, accessible state, so the product...
Yeah, I think Hytale, for example, right? Hytale's a game that was worked on for, what, 7 years, 9 years? And they just said it's not coming out, and that is it. It's done. Like, GG. A lot of people are requesting the company to hand over the source code to other people in the community so that they can actually just finish the game and enjoy it, because the work that they did do looked pretty damn good. This is a different situation entirely, but it's a similar thing in terms of handing over the work that you can't keep up with anymore, right?
That can still exist.
Very similar.
There is some more nuance, obviously, to how that works, given, like, publisher, developer licensing, and a lot of, like, the code, the binary, that kind of thing. There is a lot at play under the hood there, of course, but it is something that Stop Killing Games isn't naive to, and it is something that is talked about. But I'm not going to dive too deep into it. I encourage you to check more in on it.
One is for the UK to sign a government petition to bring this issue before Parliament. Though, keeping it real, I'm not terribly optimistic
Do they have one for EU as well? Because I'm not in the UK anymore.
This one, since the government response has been a mess by every definition. But the one that has a lot of power, so much so I think it could change the course of gaming history, is the European Citizens Initiative. Now, I said I'm approaching this like a time traveler because with the trajectory we're on, these are both going to fail. Again, this one is crazy powerful, but the hurdle we just couldn't get past was that it requires 1 million signatures from citizens of EU.
1 million signatures. Hey, that's everybody from Pirate Software's video. That's exactly how many people were turned away from this initiative because of Pirate Software. Surprise!
Countries. And we've only made it just under halfway. What a lot of people don't realize is that in the EU especially, it's almost a state of lawlessness regarding the practice of game destruction. The vast majority of games with
the EU already has very strict gaming regulations, by the way, especially the Netherlands and Belgium, especially around loot box mechanics and things like that.
Say they can be terminated at any time for any reason.
Insane.
Or Blizzard likes to say any or no reason. But according to the EU Commission, that might be a violation of Directive 93/13 EEC, which protects consumers against unfair terms in consumer contracts. So if that term is unfair, that means that part of the contract is null and void.
He goes on to explain how powerful that can be, because of what a mess that is. Because there is so much gray area with how the video games currently operate in regards to those protections, it would be a legal headache that would require an analysis of the laws or implementation of new laws that could lead to, hopefully, an improvement when it comes to gaming. So the big hurdle was the signatures, needing 1 million, and currently it's at like 460,000, so it doesn't reach the threshold. I've been very
this was before Most Critical's video. I'm curious to see what it goes up to after this. I'm gonna check it.
Vocal from the very beginning about how little faith I have in petitions, but that's just from the perspective of an American. In America, petitions are more worthless than toilet paper. You're better off just writing what you want on a note to Santa Claus and shipping it to the North Pole than you are doing anything with a petition.
Is that true? That's crazy.
I don't know
That's
how
true.
different it is in the EU. Maybe it really is this powerful there that could lead to substantial change and improvement when it comes to games and
that is kind of crazy.
all
Holy,
of what we've already talked about.
It's still so far off, man. The EU.
Or most AAA companies are going to go the Apple route and only apply a playable state for the end of life plan for the EU only, or EU servers and stuff like that. Then again, we could just like use the Internet like upload to the Internet Archive or any archive site at all, and then it could just play on the EU servers that play on some sort locally, host a server locally, and then play it on that. Oh fuck! Oh, neck crack in half. Ooh. Okay, pardon me. Alright. Alright. There you go. Yeah. Yeah.
Level 0.
I don't want to bother with that one.
I have a big problem.
Here we go. There we go.
With Chromebooks. Too dainty. If I'm going to use a Chromebook, it needs to be a gigantic, powerful behemoth. So today we're installing Thorium OS on this MSI GTVR Titan to make the world's worst 13-pound Chromebook. So stay tuned. The MSI GT83 VR was perhaps the most insane laptop released in 2017. This 13-pound behemoth sports an 18-inch HD display, full mechanical keyboard that actually feels amazing, a super weird touchpad that doubles as a numpad. It has a 7th
It's stuttering some.
Gen Core i7, 16 gigs of
Yeah. Why the fuck did I put a mini player? No.
RAM with space for 32, and hilariously, 2 NVIDIA GeForce 1070s SLI'd together, requiring a ridiculous arrangement of 2 power supplies spliced together just to power this thing. But this got me thinking. Chrome OS Flex claims to breathe new life into your old, underpowered computers, but what about your old, overpowered ones? Unfortunately, this ridiculous dual video card setup here is NVIDIA, and Chrome OS Flex known issues state that NVIDIA graphics are generally unstable. And sure enough, trying to boot the Flex installer on this thing results in a boot loop. And this sent me far down the rabbit hole. And at the bottom of the hole was Thorium OS, an extremely interesting project because you may have heard of the Thorium web browser. It's a fork of Chromium designed to be as fast as possible. Thorium OS takes things one step further. It's a fork of Chromium OS, based on the Thorium browser. But most importantly for us, it supports NVIDIA. All of our ridiculous dreams are possible. So let's do this thing. Let's make ourselves a 13-pound Chromebook. So we're just going to get this directly from the GitHub page for Thorium
I'm going to do
OS.
this,
Most recent
finer
release,
details of this.
August 28th. All right, we'll extract this. And
Draw
we will
lines
use
just
Balena
using-
Etra, of course, to flash this
Alright.
to a USB stick and create a nice bootable drive. So jump cut, let's install this thing. Pop that into a USB port. Turn this thing on and spam delete key until we get into BIOS, because we need to disable Secure Boot. Secure Boot disabled. F10. Now spam F11 for a boot menu. UEFI SanDisk Partition 12. That'll do it. Now look, there's GNU Grub. All right, we are straight into a setup process that looks just like the Chrome OS Flex one. Let's see, does brightness work? Yeah, brightness keys work. Look at that. Awesome. How about sound? It sure does. So choose your Thorium devices setup for a child. Psych, personal use. Use my Google account. No, browse as guest. Well, that's not promising. Oh, look at that. It's automatically in a dark mode. We are in the desktop. Yeah, because this is a live environment. Yeah, Wi-Fi works. Let's see here. The old Google. Yeah, we're online. All right, well, we're going to just straight up replace Windows 10 with Thorium OS because everything important seems to be working. And as you all know, my Google account is under XX totally X emo XX at gmail.com. A strong and secure password. All right. Install Thorium OS. Backup of my data? I don't think so. Yep, erase the entire hard drive. You better. Installation can take 20 minutes. I guess we'll just leave it here and hopefully jump cut to when it decides to do something. Hilariously, it booted right back up into Windows. But I think I know what's going on here. Let's do a quick restart. Spam F11 for a boot menu. Aha! This computer actually has two hard drives. The first one is actually a super fast but small SSD, and that's where Windows is installed. And then there's a secondary drive where all of your stuff can live, and that's where Chromium OS has installed itself. So I think we accidentally made a dual boot machine. Yes, welcome to your Thorium device. Actually took way longer to get to this step than I thought. All right, we are connected to my Wi-Fi. Enter my Google account and password. XX totally X emo XX at gmail.com. Strong and secure password, of course. Oh yeah, here we are into our 13-pound Chromebook. Oh, I love using computers wrong. Thorium OS aims to produce a Chromium OS.
Okay, so what we're going to need to do then the next step here is to just basically just kind of like trace over some parts. I completely forgot one more step before we do that. And that is to do the hands. All right.
This image similar to Cloud Ready. Now Chrome OS Flex with extra stuff. And our web browser does indeed open Thorium. Thorium version 126.0.6478.251. All right, let's see what's on here. I have to go into the terminal, of course. Kind of a killer feature here. Set up the Linux environment. My username, XX totally X emo XX. Yep, that's it. All right, installing Linux. Well, that didn't work. Let's see, does our camera work? Oh, it does. It's a bit laggy, but it works. Unable to take photo. All right, well, I spoke too soon. I'm gonna go for a wallpaper that's nice and googly. What is in the web store? That's the Google Chrome web store. All right. This is all boring. No, I want to play games. What else would we have a gaming computer for? And since this is a Chromebook, we are of course going to play games online. Retrogames.cz. Crank up the volume. JS-DOS and DOSBox. Oh, look at that!
Oh?
Oh, it's perfect.
Oh, I remember this.
Oh,
I
look
remember
at this. Literally the best possible Wolfenstein experience. Full
I
screen,
believe the company is already
full
defunct.
speed, on my gaming computer, laptop. Unfortunately, there's no access to the Google Play Store, so we can't play Minecraft. However, Doom on retrogame.cz, not a problem.
Okay.
that works great. That's an awesome Doom experience.
It is an awesome Doom experience.
All right, well, I tried to update it and, yeah, couldn't update your Chromebook. Please try again later. That's not a good sign. Let's see what diagnostics says about this ridiculous machine. Battery health 96%, that's good. Cycle count 0, I don't think that's correct. And our i7 6820HK. Half expected this screen to just say, why? All right, maybe a reboot will set this thing straight. Suppose we need to spam F11 again. Yep, there we go, boot menu. For Chrome OS, this takes an awful long time to boot up. All right, one reboot later, let's see if our Linux environment can work. Checking the virtual machine. Nope, I think we're just not getting Linux on here. And it still does not want to update. Not a good sign. Yeah, we're definitely running into some issues here, but I don't know if I necessarily blame Thorium OS. I mean, we are running it on completely unreasonable hardware. Alright, well, this might just be the most unreasonable operating system install that we've ever done on the channel, and I love it. What a ridiculous 13-pound dual booting Chromebook. Sure, it can't do that much, but it works.
It
and
works.
I want to install more ridiculous stuff on this thing, so if you have any ideas, like Haiku or React OS, let me know in the comments down below. We're gonna have some fun with this absolute behemoth. But that'll do it for today's video. If you enjoyed it, I'd appreciate a thumbs up. If you'd like to see more weird stuff like this, please subscribe down below. And thank you very much for watching. And I just want to give a very special thank you to all of
And I probably need some sunlight. That's where side hustles. Well, it's certainly a job. A lazy person orders the food, and it's my job to come and give it to them. For my first order ever, I was sent to a waffle place for $7. I busted through those doors, and the place was. So.
Why do I keep saying? Oh my god. Alt view. Here, there we go.
Oh, DoorDash. Well, it's certainly a job. A lazy person orders the food, and it's my job to come and give it to them. For my first order ever, I was sent to a waffle place for $7. I busted through those doors, and the place was full of people. So I walk up to the counter and say, "Hey, where's the food?" We're still making it? Aw, man. I wasn't sure how long this was gonna take, so I went and sat down. This old lady appeared out of the ether and sat down with me. "Well, how are you today, Sonny?" Now, I'm not gonna stop a conversation, so I indulged. "I'm doing good, how are you?" "Do you know our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ?" Can I tell you a secret?" Oh no. Well, 5 minutes turned into 10 minutes, turned into 45 minutes. I was sitting there listening to her rant about the end of the world and how I need to repent for my sins because it's going to be the end of the world. I I really didn't have the heart to tell her to stop. I mean, she's old. She has like, what, like 2 months left to live? Let's just say I got a thorough explanation of the Book of Revelations. And God kill me, I almost forgot why I was there in the first place. Order up. Okay, thanks, bye. Making $7 and a free death sermon? Let's go. I think that's a perfect use of my time. Strangely enough, the waffle place only had 2 waffle irons. Bro, all you do is make waffles. That's so slow. No wonder why it took forever to get that order. Look, there's only so much time in the day, and I'm not spending it waiting for a waffle to cook. Never again, please. But next up, I got an order that was even worse. Everyone's fear as a dasher. A drink order. Listen, I was new to the job, okay? When I see an order, I say yes, I click accept. I really should think before I act. No. Okay. So where I live, everyone's crazy about soda. I really don't understand it, like some of y'all need to chill. But people here really love their sugary drinks. It's kind of an addiction. And turns out that day, the soda shop was having a sale, and I had just agreed to do a huge order without really knowing because I clicked it so fast. I just saw how much money it was, and I'm like, yes, I want $10. Let's do this. I walk to the register, and a worker hands me 2 sodas, then 4 more, and then another 4 more. I had to somehow transport 10 sodas to 2 different locations. How is this even possible? Why is this allowed? That is so many drinks. I went to my car and tried placing them on the seats as carefully as I could. It kind of took me a few trips. There's so many. Well, I'm dead. Since the soda shop was packed with people because of the sale, traffic was super slow. I was trying to keep my cool each time I started, stopped, watching the cups jolt back and forth in my car, just wishing they would not spill. Please. I don't know what kind of magic I possessed that day, because somehow I was able to deliver the first 8 sodas. Thank goodness. But I still had 2 sodas to deliver. Okay, I have 2 more sodas to do. They only live like 3 minutes away. I should be okay if I drive slowly and really carefully and with my seat belt. The streets were still packed with traffic. I was moving inch by inch, so slow. I finally get to the street that I need, and so I'm driving really carefully. I look down horrified. One of the cups starts tipping back and forth. No, it was too late. By the time I tried to grab it, the cup tipped over, splashing everywhere. At least I had the other one. Maybe I could salvage it. I only move 1 inch in my car. No. And yeah, the other one tipped over. I guess the fact that I drove more carefully just made them tip over easier. I swear it would have been better if I just drove normally. But yeah, all that was left was a cup full of flavored ice and a sticky floor. But yeah, I ended up getting 1 star for that. I mean, it's deserved, but bruh, this is like my 2nd order. I'm already failing. It's such an easy task. What I love and hate about this job is seeing all the different houses people live in. And boy, some of you really are living in Squidsville. I've never seen so many houses look the same before. One of the streets I was on, the houses were all just dirt-covered sand cubes. I was genuinely shocked that there was homes built this way, but I kind of love it. I mean, like, so angular? I felt like I was on Mars or something, like a completely different planet. I need to know what they look like inside. I wonder if everything's a cube? Like, are their pets cubes? Do they only eat cubed meals? Are they themselves a cube? These are the questions I need answered. In most streets, I just, deliver it super fast or whatever. But others, I'm like, oh my goodness. Like, is this what being rich is like? Am I poor? After a long day of driving back and forth from fast food places to residential areas, I was pretty exhausted. I had 1 more order to do, and dang it, I was gonna deliver this cancer no matter what, because that's the American way. I walk over to the house and see this kid standing outside. Aren't you a little too young to be ordering McDonald's? My mommy, she ordered it for me. Is that so? Yes, I'm not lying. I tell the truth. So cute. Get over here. No, take your food.
Lol. Aw. You know, that's wholesome. That was wholesome. Now I'll try to get let's see here. See here. Flawless. Okay, what's this one?
Hi, I think I'm starting.
That is so loud to my ears. What's the volume of my headphones? Oh, no wonder why.
To spiral here. In every other kind of media, shows, books, movies.
I'll probably need to lower.
We expect characters to be these complex, emotionally layered, and oftentimes attractive people. CD Projekt Red gave us Geralt in a bathtub, and the entire internet said absolute cinema. But when a
Okay, now. Yeah, I had to alter the volume of my headphones real quick. Okay, there we go.
Hi, I think I'm starting to spiral here. In every other kind of media, shows, books, movies, we expect characters to be these complex, emotionally layered, and oftentimes attractive people. CD Projekt Red gave us
There we go.
Geralt in a bathtub, and the entire internet said absolute cinema. But when a female game character is hotter, suddenly it's like crime. And somewhere between 2014 and now, these types of women just started disappearing more and more from our Western games. You know, women who had beauty and charm and mystery, lip gloss, and the ability to just ruin your life with a single dialogue option. So let's talk about the modern female protagonist. How did you feel when I said that? Yeah, that's what I thought. Typically, they're more emotionally walled off. They're vaguely angry, honestly, me too. They have tactical everything, tragic backstories, but a lot of times won't talk about it with you. Muted color palettes, and no cute hairstyles or makeup or joy, and they normally display more masculine traits. And I'm not saying that these characters can never work, but if they're not done extremely well, the issue isn't just that so many of them fall flat, it's that they don't resonate at all. They're not iconic, they're not aspirational, and they're just not the kind of character you want to think about after the credits roll. And just like the women that I obsess over in all my books and TV shows, the smart, complex, stunning characters, I just want to aspire to the character that I'm playing in a game. She should feel powerful and gorgeous and emotionally relatable in a way that makes sense. But most of the leads that we're getting nowadays, they're not memorable, and let's be honest, they're not exactly breaking the internet, okay? At least in a good way. The characters that really stand out, that make a difference, they've got it all. They've got the looks, and the charm, and the presence, and the personality, and they've got the things that make people
There you
care,
go.
or at least cosplay. Well, we didn't want to over-sexualize her. Okay, that's fine. I'm on board with that. But somewhere along the way, that turned into she can't flirt, or cry, or be too gentle, or smile too much, or wear makeup. Yes, sorry, I'm gonna hit on that a little bit today. We went from don't objectify her to don't let her feel like a real person. And she can be strong, but not soft, beautiful, but only if it's on accident. Heaven forbid she has feelings and good hair at the same time. And I think about this every time that I get the opportunity to make a custom character in a game. She is always a baddie that has lore. Winged eyeliner, mysterious aura. Every NPC in the game is in love with her, and honestly, they should be, okay? My tab in Baldur's Gate 3, an angel. She walks into a scene and the lighting just poof, gets better. Gale starts sweating, and Asterion is chomping at the bit. Shadowheart's having some conflictions, and her inventory is even more iconic. She's got 3 cursed rings, an apple, and a morally questionable tiara that she just doesn't want to take off. And it just makes you wonder, because if certain games let you create characters with so much charm and magnetism, why can't games with dedicated female leads do the same thing? Well, what are some of the more recent female leads that we've been graced with? I think about Frey from Forspoken. She can fight dragons and bend the laws of physics and literally parkour across dimensions. That's super cool. But for some reason, they gave her the most awkward dialogue and had her deliver every line like she was on hold with customer service. on mute. What about Kay Vess from Star Wars Outlaws? She's a scrappy space outlaw, in theory. In practice, she kind of just plays like she just respawned from a bug and isn't sure where she is or why she's there. Okay, well, what about female Ivor from Assassin's Creed Valhalla? Actually, she was canonically the real one. But you probably wouldn't know that because even Ubisoft was like, dang, that's crazy. Anyway, check out this guy's beard. Or Dragon Age the Veilguard. This game was like 10 years in the oven and somehow it still came out soggy. It often felt cringy instead of charming, and there really wasn't much mystery, but there was a lot of lecturing. And instead of emotionally rich companions, we kinda just got chronically online Twitter bios and fantasy outfits. I think you get the point, but I'm gonna say it anyway. We need female characters with range, with presence, with a little drama, if you will. The girls who made you feel something were not perfect. They were messy and charismatic and complicated in the best way. Sadie Adler from Red Dead 2, her husband literally dies and she goes, cool, I'm going feral now. And grieving? Yes. Stunning? Yes. Horse girl? Absolutely. But I would let her run me over with that horse. Chloe Fraser from Uncharted. She's flirty and morally flexible and somehow still makes betrayal feel hot. Tifa Lockhart from Final Fantasy. She could literally take down a behemoth in one hit and then quietly make you some soup and ask if you've been sleeping okay. Max from Life is Strange. A super sweet, anxious girl who accidentally rewrote the entire space-time continuum just because she had too many feelings. And honestly, we love a relatable queen. Or Nabooru from the Legend of Zelda series. She leads armies and fights evil, and somehow she still looks like she's posing for a Vogue cover the entire time. Probably my first girl crush. This should not be controversial, but I'll say it. We need to bring back a great male leads, okay? And not because women can't carry a story, but because we've just like chucked balance off a cliff. It seems like the knee-jerk reaction to underrepresentation accusations became all female everything forever, no notes. And now, after we've gotten so many forgettable female leads, not you, Ellie and Aloy, my queens. But with all the others, we've hit this weird place where the audience is already exhausted before the trailer even ends. And unfortunately, caught in the crossfires of this has been Naughty Dog's new IP, Intergalactic, and Ghost of Yote. But when I think about just well-written women in games, what's interesting is some of gaming's best women were not even the protagonist, but they were the scene stealers. Ciri from The Witcher 3 is quite literally the entire reason that Geralt is risking his life across these war-torn kingdoms, and she's this complicated, beautiful, just wild young girl who's somehow still more mature than everyone else around her. Or Yuna from Final Fantasy X, this graceful, selfless, and devastating character who's literally carrying the hopes of an entire world on her back, and then she still apologizes when she inconveniences you. And if that's not being a girl, I don't know what is. Or Midna from Twilight Princess. All right, she's a little bit annoying at first, but she bullies Link for like the first 30 hours of the game, saves his life, opens a dimensional portal, and then vanishes all with a glowing tear. He never says a word to her the entire game, but she says everything with her absence. Truly a legendary situation. And while Western games are nervously nerfing kind of every trace of femininity from their female characters, Eastern devs are like, yeah, here's a mysterious woman who could kill you and make you cry about it. You're welcome. Capcom? They've been in their iconic woman era since like forever. Resident Evil is one of my all-time favorite series, and Jill is tactical, calm, and easily has the cleanest bob in gaming. Ada is mysterious, stylish, and she might lie to your face, but she's still gonna get a fan cam. Claire is this beautiful, kind, capable woman who takes zero nonsense, and Lady D had like 10 minutes of screen time in Village, and she still owned Halloween for like the next 2 years. They're hot, they're cool, they've got so much range, and you remember them. You want to be them, or you just kind of want them to emotionally damage you just a little bit. It's the same kind of energy with Monster Hunter Wilds. They dropped a couple of composed, stunning women, and the internet instantly started to cosplay. They're expressive and graceful, and they've just got that magnetism about them. And that's why the boys are in love, the girls are in love, and I am in love. And then we've got From Software, who just casually releases the most haunting, elegant women in modern gaming like it's nothing. The doll from Bloodborne, our favorite Victorian comfort character. She's soft-spoken, she's gentle, and she definitely knows more than she's letting on. Or Lady Maria, tragic, terrifying character with perfect posture, and 10 out of 10, I would let her fight me again. Or Ronnie from Elden Ring, who I was quite literally on my knees for, and I made sure to do every single step of her quest so I could serve her as me Elden Lord. Or Melina. Melina was so glowing and quiet and just sad. And then when she leaves you at the side of grace, like, my work here is done. And you're just devastated and you're just sitting there all by yourself, alone, in your little tunic. These ladies do not need exposition dumps or 80 cutscenes. They just show up and drip elegance, drop one line of vague sorrow, and then next thing you know, you're obsessing over cosplays and fan art for like the next month. I say all of this because femininity is not outdated. It's not shallow, and it's not something that you need to water down for the story to be taken seriously. It's range. So please let women be cute and manipulative, kind and a little chaotic, soft but have sharp teeth, pretty, powerful, emotionally devastating, and the reason the protagonist starts journaling in a cave somewhere. Because femininity is Zelda, steadfast and radiant, and standing between her kingdom and ruin with nothing but hope and stubborn grace. Or Triss, who's clever and compassionate and plays politics with you with a super soft smile that just makes you kind of forget that she's winning. Or Bayonetta, who's playful and provocative and treats every battlefield like a runway and then never manages to smudge her lipstick. Or Lightning, who's a beautiful, guarded, and grieving character who carries the entire weight of the world in 6-inch heels. And when female characters are done right, they're not flat or abrasive or weak. They're actually narrative gold. They have tension and softness that stabs, or beauty as a weapon. Let's let women be gorgeous and terrifying, sweet and strategic, gentle and unhinged. Let them be feminine again.
Exactly. And what I noticed with AAA games who are very story heavy, they play it a little too safe to the point that the story itself ends up being bland. All right, da, 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 da. Oh, okay.
This is a Discord predator.
Okay. There we go.
Editor's favorite feature. It's called server tags. Now, this used to be a beta feature that only a few people would get, but now that Discord has released this feature to everyone, allowing everyone to use a Discord Predator's favorite feature, believe it or not, I'm actually happy and relieved, which makes no sense at all, but I'll explain why by answering 3 important questions. What are Discord server tags, so that everyone's caught up to speed? Why do Predators like these server tags? And finally, why is Discord releasing this to everyone a good thing? It'll be a little bit of a hot take, but I'll explain why. Now, first up, what are Discord server tags? Now, this feature is going to blow the hair off your head and make you bald just like me, and all it is are these 4 letters next to your name on Discord. But it gets even better, because when you click on the Discord server tag, it will show your Discord server. And that is everything you need to know about server tags. Just this one stupid and sort of dumb feature causes this whole entire juicy rabbit hole that I'm about to dive into. Because why do Discord predators like these server tags? Well, to understand that, we need to know how this
this feature worked 2 months ago because it was a completely different ballpark. During this time, Discord removed this tags feature because they used to call it guild tags. I talked about it in a couple of previous videos, but Discord removed the feature. I said e-gangsters were in shambles, and then Discord decided that they wanted to be Santa Claus for those Discord e-gangsters because according to a tweet by Discord Previews, the tier list boosting feature, which grants access to server tags and gradient roles, has been rolled out to 0.1% of Discord servers. So these server tags were extremely rare. Now let's take a step back. I'm going to assume you go outside, and you probably have the question, who the cares about this? It's not going to be normal adults because they're depressed after realizing being an adult is just working until you retire or die. So the people that care about these server tags are teenagers because let's be honest, when something is rare on Discord, teenagers want to try and look cool on Discord by having it. Now for you to get the tag, you would have to join the Discord server. And teenagers were desperate to get this. They would join any server just to have 4 letters next to their name. And predators took advantage of that. Because you see the stupid teenager that has a girl biting a chain as their profile picture, they probably think, yeah, I look so fucking cool right now. And you want to know what make his profile even more cool and give him all that Discord street cred? Sorry, serious, Discord street cred? It would be having the server tag rich next to their name. Except this rich tag was made by a Discord server called Prime Society, which is a Roblox condo server. Now, if you don't know, Roblox condos are adult Roblox games where you go on Roblox and you do the naughty bedtime activities with other people on Roblox. And do you want to know who plays Roblox? Kids. These games are for Roblox predators. And this stupid teenager both joined the server and is now advertising the server because it shows the word rich next to their name. And that's why predators want this feature so bad, because teenagers will join their server and become victims of Roblox predators. Also, you want to know something crazy? If I go to my Discord discovery for a second and we search up Prime Society, it's still up. In fact, this whole entire section, I'm just going to rapid fire off horrible Discord servers that I found that have a server tag. This server tag here is cunny, but according to a dictionary, the word cunny refers to the blank of a child or childlike character, which is lowly. But just in case you really need some emphasis or clarification, it is a child or childlike character, especially when considered attractive. And they have the H word, that one, you know? So now we have a Discord server dedicated to lowly, underage anime girl content as a server tag. And one thing in the server that I found is that if you search for the N-word, there are 1,200 results. They think their racism will counteract their attraction towards underage anime characters. I'm not even going to try and mentally process that. All I know is that my life is now going to be insufferable because I'm going to have a whole bunch of neckbeard child anime gooners trying to defend this sort of content. Now, are you worried about Discord kids becoming victims of a Discord predator? Well, don't you worry, because with these Discord server tags, they also invited people to the friendly community of white supremacy groups. I'm not kidding you. I'm like, it sounds so outrageous. I'm not joking. There's a website called Nelly.tools where it shows a whole bunch of these Discord server tags. And I talked to the owner of this website, and they get emails about people reporting bad servers, requesting the removal of the Discord server 1161, the anti-fascist action. What the does this translate into for people that actually go outside and get off the internet once in their life? It's basically just white supremacy. Now, this is just an email, a screenshot of an email. This person could be lying out of their ass. But I did try joining the Discord server and it got banned, so it's a pretty... I'm pretty sure it was definitely a white supremacist server. But that wasn't the only email that I was shown from the website owner. This server was completely normal until yesterday. The old owners sold this server, which I talked about in a previous video. There's like a black market associated with this stuff. People will sell servers for like a couple $100s. And the unfortunate thing is that anyone who spends a couple $100s on a Discord server is very weird, because it turns out today he made a stage channel, and I'm not sure if he paid the girl, but there was a 14-year-old lady in the stage channel and she was dancing. Already, I'm hating myself and I hope this doesn't go the way I think it's gonna go. But what he did is that he kept pinging everyone about it to tell people that she was dancing. And some people in the stage chat were sending some sus messages like flash us and sign my blank to the 14-year-old girl. The owner of the Discord server didn't do He's also an idiot who bought the Discord server, so I don't know what we were expecting here, but a few hours later, he made another stage channel. Is he going to apologize? YouTuber apology? I made a very severe and continuous lapse in my judgment. No. It turns out he literally just cranked hog while 60 people were listening. There was no video, though. Thank it was just him making some noises. Have you lost your faith in humanity yet? Don't worry, things get worse. For context, any Discord server that has a tag would get super popular. For example, this Discord server here went from 1,100 members to 140,000 members, solely because they were one of those rare servers that had a tag. Now, people on the internet are stupid. They want to be popular, and people would make Discord servers that just list a whole bunch of server tags, all so that they can own a popular server. Like this server here, for example, Free Guilds has 150,000 members, and all it does is it lists off a whole bunch of Discord servers that have guilds. But when I join this Discord server, I get 5 gazillion DMs, 18 plus e-girls in the server, crazy calm hella e-girls and fun stages. If brain damage was contagious, we'd all have it right now. Now, the first thing I saw is they're promoting some shitty Discord server, but the point of these servers is to have these guild channels. You join the server, and then you can see a whole bunch of these different server tags that you can get by joining these servers. Now, in one of the server tags in the server, they kept promoting this late server. And it turns out this Discord server, I mean, I'm just gonna read it like a adult to you, but join for e-kittens and nitro giveaways, calm server full of calm boys and calm girls, and Roblox DHRP players. Now, DHRP is the Hood Roleplay. They're role-playing as a gangster on Roblox, and if you are over 18 and you're doing this, you need to get a fucking job and actually be productive in society. And when I joined the server, the first thing that I saw was turn on your cam challenge for money. That sounds like camming. And they're saying this to teenagers that joined this free guild server. Now, I want to point out something. If we go to this free guild server and I look at server info, it is owned by this DA dude. If I go to this late server, it is also owned by the DA dude. This dude owns both of the servers. So the whole point of the free guild server is to get people to join this for the stupid Discord tags that teenagers like, so they get siphoned into the server where they have a turn on cam challenge for money. Hopefully I don't have to like explain it to you how obvious of a grooming pit this is going to be. Now, I want to talk about the people inside of this Discord server. This is a generalization because me trying to investigate and deep dive into every slack-jawed individual person on this server makes me brain dead as f. This general chat, you know the meme of like the dude on the laptop saying, "You probably white on here"? It's basically that meme, and it's just a whole bunch of stupid fucking teenagers doing it. But the people in the server fall into 3 categories. First, we have the down bad delirious dudes. But the guys in here made the career choice of leeching off their parents and contributing nothing to society, which is a pretty depressing reality. So these dudes will spend their allowance from their parents on Discord Nitro or roles in the server because, side tangent for a second, these people try selling Discord roles for $300 up to $1,500, and there are people that buy this because there are cyber criminals that are in these servers who do credit card fraud or just steal items from Roblox kids, and they eventually gamble it all away, or they make enough money to buy a role on a Discord server to feel good about themselves. Because here's the thing, these dudes will buy those roles in the server or Discord Nitro to flex to people that they are, in fact, not unemployed. But they also bribe and manipulate the e-girls in the server to establish dominance over them, all so that they feel like they're in control of some aspect of their life, which is all just a bandage for their ever-increasing crippling loneliness. Those are the guys. Now let's talk about the girls. Now, the e-girls in this Discord server, if you analyze them long enough, they're actually quite simple. They peaked in high school and they have a dysfunctional family dynamic, which has resulted in them soliciting themselves out, typically relying only on their physical appearance to get the attention of dudes, aka I show you give me money and attention. And it's in a Discord server with underage people. Like in terms of dudes being down bad in this Discord server, they have a verify channel where you need to turn on your cam with an owner present and you need to write late on a paper and record a video with your face in it. And to verify, it's for girls only. So the dudes that are running the server, they run the server so that they can talk to women. You know, downloading a dating app or going outside or just socializing with people, that's too hard for these guys. Instead, they make a whole Discord server, pretend to be rich e-gangsters while they sit at home all day. The jokes write themselves. And when I went to the channel, as predicted, it's women who are either seeking attention or trying to promote their OnlyFans. This woman is no pants on, and another photo is her in a dress with their high beams on. Either that or it's cold in her room. And the thing is, I found someone, they posted videos of themselves, and I went to their Discord profile, and it said they were 16. And this is next to, again, someone who is like literally like half in clothes. This should already be like massive red flags. And speaking of minors, the final final group of people on this Discord server are impressionable teenagers. For the boys, they see all these Discord e-gangsters and they think, these guys get girls, and I don't. They're doing something right in their not at all healthy relationship with women. And the teenage girls that are in here, they see these attention-starved e-girls and think, wow, they're popular because they listen to random dudes on Discord. And that's a problem. There are actual criminals that go on these servers and they look for people to extort. They'll specifically extort people into sending images of themselves through their webcams without any clothing. But these criminals will find their victims in these servers because these are people that are like halfway down the rabbit hole of pure degeneracy. Anyways, now that I've made fun of every single person on this server, they're now going to start DMing me death threats because I hurt their feelings and they can't come to reality that anyone outside of Discord sees them as a complete loser. Like, for example, in their PSA channel, this dude who owns the server said, at the dentist, N-words don't even know I own late. How are you this egotistical about a fucking Discord server? Take it from me, I'm a YouTuber. You would assume I have some crazy ego. I step outside, I'm a nobody, which is exactly how it should be. And this dude is like, man, these guys don't even know I run a Discord server that has teenage girls showing themselves on camera. I'm so cool. I'm at the dentist, guys. And this one server filled with losers and predators and underage girls is just one server out of 5 that I have seen in the last week. But I want to point out something very important that I want you to take away. It's the fact that this whole entire problem is sort of a perpetual loop. You see, at the very top, you have like actual criminals. You have people that extort women. Those people didn't just randomly spawn in to do that. They started off as these Discord e-gangsters who have these servers where they're like, yeah, we're cool, we give money to women, because eventually the money runs out because they don't have a job. So they either go to cybercrime, or if the money runs out, they think, instead of giving a girl money, why don't I just gaslight her into sending me images, and then I threaten her with the images to send more images. It's just the natural evolution of the Discord e-gangsters on here. And then the teenagers that join the server who think those dudes are cool are gonna follow in their footsteps. So that's how the cycle continues. With the girls, it's a lot more simple. Girls try getting attention, they expose themselves, they get a whole bunch of mental health issues as they're extorted, and eventually they either something bad happens or they break out from this stuff. And the teenage girls follow in the footsteps, and usually they become victims while they're still a minor. And now that Discord has decided to release this tag feature to every single Discord server for everybody, I am finally happy. Now that everyone can make their own server tags, there is no point in being in this Discord server. You'll never have it promoted to you because you'll never have to join this Free Guild's Discord server anymore. Just you and one of your friends can buy Discord Nitro, and now you have your own custom tag, and you can make it whatever you want. And I'm happy because hopefully what this means is that less people join these servers and more people realize they're like, oh, this is, why the f am I even here? And they just leave the server. So yes, Discord releasing this feature will reduce this problem. And hopefully some of the e-gangsters that think they're cool and all, I hope they grow up. If I could do one good thing in the world, it'd make these people just grow up and realize that, like, what the f are you guys doing? Have you, like, talked to your dad about this? Do you explain to them what you do on the internet? And do they, like, look at you and think, damn, that's my boy? Anyways, gamers, I'm now going to have a DM war with a whole bunch of Discord e-gangsters. But I want to say that if you do classify as an e-gangster on Discord, you're a loser. And that's coming from me, a dude who made a YouTube video where I'm in a maid outfit. And I also kiss people at the end of my video, just like this. Bye-bye, I love you. Mwah!
Okay, so I'm just gonna save this real quick. Save. Alright. We're not quite done with this this piece yet. So I'm gonna do the final detail. I'm gonna do the final detail, finer details, probably tomorrow-ish. Okay, probably tomorrow I can be doing that. Or, well, more specifically, the next stream. The next stream, I'm gonna do the final details for our portion of the stream. Anyways, I'm gonna be setting up the next portion of the stream real quick. Just give me a few minutes to set it up. I'm gonna do something.
Open eye, Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You
we are back. We're back. We're back with some Minute Club 3 Dub Edition. Hopefully, everyone is enjoying today's stream, as well as will be enjoying today's YouTube pod. That being said, let's get right into this. Okay, weird. Options. Codes. Cheat codes. Road trip. Okay. Back. Career. Let's do this. I'm going to garage. EXT. TIFF. Bel Air. Okay. So this. Roy. Choppers only. All right. Let's do this. 714. Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck you! Pardon. Fuck you! What the fuck? Oh, fucking neck crack and a half. Fucking hell. What the fuck? There you... Oh my god. Fuck you! Fuck you! Hey, Sky. Sky, remember, you are mod on Streamlabs. So you can literally add whatever bot you want. What the fuck? Fuck you! What the fuck? God, fuck you! Fuck you! Every fucking time! Sky, I'm playing a game from 2005. Do you know how the game developers made games back in 2005? Also, Sky, you literally have to go to Streamlabs. I think there's a in the settings there's a invite code. Put the invite code there and then boom, you have access to to my Streamlabs setup. Does that make sense? Pardon. Alright. Oh, fuck me in this. Literally. Fuck you! Fuck you! Oh, neck crack in half. Fuck you! What the fuck? you! Fuck you! Fuck you! God fucking damn it! Fuck you! Fuck you! God, fuck you! Fuck you! God damn it, what the fuck? Bullshit! That's bullshit! Bullshit traffic placement! Fuck me! Just fuck me! God damn it! Fuck me! That was bullshit! Even every time! It's at the every fucking end! Bull fucking shit! Bull fucking god! Fuck everyone! Bullshit! Bullshit every time! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Oh, fuck me in my fucking ass. Fuck you! Fuck you! I said fucking restart! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fucking damn it! What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fucking god? Fuck you! Why the fucking physics in this bullshit game? What the fuck is wrong with me? Fuck me, goddamn, what the fuck? Bull fucking shit! The goddamn physics in this game! Fuck you! What was that? Oh, I need to chill. I need to. Ooh. I spent almost 15 minutes on this. It's very slow. Alright. Alright. Ooh. Ooh. I'm back. Oof. What the fuck? Fuck you! Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Literally, at the very end, every fucking time. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck? Every fucking time. Every fucking time. It's always at the end. It's always at the fucking end. I don't fucking understand. The physics in this game pissed me the fuck off. And I had to reset my fucking model. That's fucking great. There we go. Fuck you! What do you mean second fucking place? What do you mean second place? Fuck you! Fuck that bullshit! Fuck that bullshit! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fucking hell, the bullshit game. What was that fucking bullshit physics? Fuck you! Bullshit! Bullshit! Okay. 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 Okay, okay. All right. Mouse cars and choppers. Oh, okay, okay. Ooh. Yeah. All right, so. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Okay. Right now, let's. Oh, fuck hell. All right. We're gonna be moving on to the next portion of the stream. We're gonna be playing some Need for Speed Underground 2, so hopefully that goes well, and hopefully I don't rage as much. Anyways, that being said, I'll get that set up real quick, and we get right on to the next part of the video.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me.
Alright, we are back again with some the Need for Speed Underground 2. You turn to explore mode. Yeah. Anyways. What the fuck? What do we have here? Alright. Just Street X. Gonna do some Street X. Well, that went better than expected. Hello, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Some properties. Go to settings, go to properties. Settings. Emulation. So yeah, that's fucking over. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. That just freezes the game. I do not have a powerful PC. Contrary to popular belief, I do not have a powerful PC. Cycle rates default mild underclock. Doing mild underclock. Enable host file system. No, go to game properties. Properties? Yep. Game properties. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like, do exit the game and go to game properties? Are you saying like that? Close this. Okay. System. Where is it? Where is it? Game list. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, da 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 da. First. Da da da. Disable. Cursor. Disable false start. Inhibit screensaver. Okay. From shutdown. Network and HTTP. Folders, cache cover, states. Okay. Okay. Close settings. Game properties. Okay. Summary. File input. Gen. CUS. So I have no idea in the first place. VOBG, what are okay, just put into summary what you're trying to get me to do on the emulator. Because I will have no idea what to do step by step unless I know exactly what the end goal is. Fuck it back. Go to patches and enable all patches. Go to summary patches. All CRCs enable. Behind CRCs also be. Yeah, I don't have any patches installed. Like, you actually have to. I don't have any patches installed. Yeah, there are no available patches for this game. Yeah, so emulation 3%. Global setting. disable any underclocking. Oh, 3. Thread pinning in it. Alright. And this is allow games home to and home proof access. Okay, graphics. My graphics are so I've been messing with the graphics. So the settings I have for the graphics, those are the settings I find that works perfectly for my PC. So, yeah, even rendering, I've been messing with everything too. 720p is actually my recommended. It's actually my recommended for my PC. Post processing. This is recommended for a PC. 80. Oh, okay. Where is it? Oh, there's a recording. Adapter. Where is it? Fuck. Level settings. Some more graphics. Yeah. Automatic. So I just stick with the renderer. I stick with automatic because if I upgrade one day when I upgrade PC, I don't want to have to like mess with all the settings again. So adapter, the adapter is auto. Should be the default setting is actually the only graphics card I have. So default. Okay, do not enable FXAA at all. That I've learned from a PC, because this FXAA actually tanked my PC. So I'm not gonna enable FXAA. Overclocking. Look, I can show you why FXAA takes my PC if you need proof of that. But I prefer not to use FXAA. You know what I'm saying? Look. Isn't that also... Oh, not. It's already on sharpen and resize. Literally, I can't do anything else. Enable shade boost. brightness 55. Saturation 80. Okay, that is too much saturation. That is actually too much saturation. No. I could put I'm okay with 55, but 80 is too much saturation for me. Okay. Like you said. Good. Okay. I'm gonna do another street X race. Thank you though. Alrighty. Wait, did I? Hold on. I think I forgot to actually, gaming. Okay. Yep. Done. Need for speed. Underground. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I actually forgot to change the actual categories. But yeah, there we go. Okay. There we go. Alright. Alright. Pardon me. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Can we not do FXAA? I told you FXAA tanks my PC. God damn it. How many times do I have to tell people this? Screw FXAA. There, see? See, it's much more stable without FXAA. I actually have to restart this. Now. God fucking damn it! Fuck you! Fuck you so much, fuck you! You know what? I can see what I can do in the upgrade shop. I think I have to go to the upgrade shop. Ay, 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 ay. Ah. Oh.
Yeah, I'll give you a shot if I hear any more. Peace.
Okay, see engine.
Swap out stock parts with aftermarket hardware. Slam more pack. Now, transmission is hard near suspension and slice through turns by upgrading your stock parts.
Ay, ay. Okay, so we don't have any parts unlocked. No. Ay, ay. I'll do the one circuit that's available. Alright. If we can't, then we might have to tune our car. I don't want to tune the car each time we upgrade. There's one tune and that's it. That's why I'm waiting for like level 3 parts. Every fucking time! every fucking time. What the fuck? What the fuck? Fuck me in these fucking physics. Fuck me in these stupid ass physics. Ooh, okay. Ooh. Alright. 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 Am I just forced to get the newer cars? I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand. Level 1 parts. What else do I need to do? Oh, fuck me. Let's try the URL races. Should put my mouse there. Alright. We might have to like tune our car into the last resort if we can't win anything. That's gonna be fun. Whoa. Okay. 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 Another URL race. Four. Shh. I have to get a new car. At the fucking very fucking end! What the fuck? I need No, I give up on this fucking game. Fuck it. I'm gonna go to the fucking car shop. Get me out of the fucking race. God fucking damn it. I need to go to the fucking car shop and get a new fucking car. Because apparently, game says, fuck me. The game says, fuck you. You're not using that car anymore. Ugh. Alright.
Welcome to the delivery room. Aluminum and steel isn't crafted any better than this. Select a sweet set of wheels right here.
Escalade. I heard there was... How much is this? Alright. I heard there's extra races for the Escalade. Let's see here. Oh boy. I got to grab all 3 VODs from Twitch and stitch them together. Alright. I believe... Yeah, there's SUV races. Exclusive for SUVs. Why haven't I just never picked up an SUV? Therefore, we can make some extra money. Or extra money. Yeah, it's so slow. All we can afford. Oh, but oh, I'm back. All right. Right. Running. Alrighty. Yeah, I gotta try the SUV events because I never actually did it. Did an SUV event for Need for Speed Underground 2. This is my third playthrough. First one was on Xbox, second one was on GameCube, and now it's on PS2. I guess these are just specific for SCPs. Whoa. Whoa. Mm. Ooh, okay, okay. All right. Oh my god, it's so slow. Released. It's barely using GPU. Uh, Wait a minute. Was you can go to the store map. Ay, ay, ay. You know, that's the cost of emulation, huh? It's not like the Unleashed Recompiled project can improve all the games at once. Well, it would definitely open the gates for it, but yeah. SUV. Oh boy. Alright.
Yo, Doc. Word on the wire is that there's some action brewing at the Hotel Plaza. I haven't been able to pinpoint the exact location, but you should be able to find them without much problem. It should be some easy picking, so I thought you might want in. Good luck. I'm out of here.
Alright. Oh boy. There we go. Notice with the SUV that I just noticed with the SUV races, they do not have any traffic. Whoa. Oh, wow. Wait, what? I do want to save my progress. Da, da, da. Leave. Jump to garage real quick. All right, let's do this. Oh God. I haven't found the garbage.
Making your ride stand out is what it's all about. So customize your ride with the color change. Hey, vinyl is second skin style for your paint. So layer it on.
see here. Oh my god, it's so slow. My balls. Do not have any. How a rip off. You kind of go then.
dear ride.
Did I do that? Or, I don't know. Oh boy. Yeah, only 300 left. Worth it. Okay. I need to practice straight line. Be better at that. I should have done. All right. All right. Oh, all right, all right, all right. There we go. There we go. Alright, let's do this one. Alright, so starting to get used to the game. Starting to get used to it. How's everyone doing today? Alright. Ay, ay. I'm not even gonna restart. I'm just gonna I'm gonna make some make some lunch. Alright. We're gonna make some so I'm gonna be ending off playing the Underground 2, ending off here. Right now I'm just gonna make some lunch. And I go back to doing art. Hopefully. Probably, I don't know. I want to do art or I'll decide one. I'll decide. Alright. That being said, I'm just gonna get everything ready, alright? Alright, be back in a few minutes, alright?
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I never will. No. So I choke you down just like a pill. Take you like a get my fill.
Okay, we are back. We're back again with some more YouTube. Yeah, I just need to reset my model here. There you go. Alright. What the fuck is Muda doing? Alright. Here we go. Wait, one more thing. One more thing before we get started. Hold on real quick. Alright. So, okay, I need to reset my model again. Alright, that should do it.
So another WWDC is behind us, which means we got a whole bunch of beta software to take a look at. But today we're specifically going to be focusing on macOS 26 Tahoe. Still going to take some getting used to, because it was officially confirmed by Apple that this is going to be the last release of macOS to support Intel Macs, which, let's be honest, isn't a surprise to anybody. I mean, we all knew where this was going the moment Apple put their own processors in their computers. There's only a handful of Intel Macs that Tahoe can officially run on, and this one right here certainly is not one of them. Hello everybody and welcome back to another video. So yeah, you probably already know where this is going. Today we're going to be trying to use the OpenCore Legacy Patcher to run macOS Tahoe Beta 1 on my mid-2009 MacBook Pro, which is currently running macOS Sequoia. I did that in this recent video here. And I gotta give huge thanks to Greg Rutke of Rutke Mods for giving me this idea, because I saw a video he did recently of doing this exact same thing. I was thinking of making a video like this once Tahoe support got added to the OpenCore Legacy Patcher, which I figure it will at some point. But Greg pointed out that you can actually do this right now, though it is not recommended and not officially supported, and this is probably, if we can actually get it to work on this thing, it's not going to be a good experience whatsoever. Greg was able to get this working on a 2013 iMac in his video, and the performance was pretty abysmal, as you can probably expect. But I'll have his video linked down below if you want to go and check that out, which I would definitely recommend you do if you want to see what is probably going to be a much more successful installation attempt, because I mean, it runs it, but it really lags as you're going through the menus. It's just not a really great experience. So another WWDC is behind. So beta software. So another WWDC is behind us, which means
I'm cleaning up my keyboard real quick. Sorry about that.
The OpenCore Legacy Patch is 4 years older than that one, and it already struggles to run Sequoia. I mean, it runs it, but it really lags as you're going through the menus. It's just not a really great experience. But you can still use like the network adapter to go online. That stopped working in Greg's video. I imagine we're going to probably experience the same thing here, because again, this is not supported or at all recommended by the people behind the OpenCore Legacy Patcher. They tell you straight up, do not do this, do not attempt to run the beta, it's not supported, it's not going to work, so of course we're going to try it anyway. However, first we have a little bit of prep work to do, because this
is the equivalent of saying, "You're not my dad. You can't tell me what to do."
This system is currently running Sequoia version 15.1, and the latest version is 15.5, and OpenCore Legacy Patcher has very nicely detected that the system started downloading that update, and it popped up and said, hey, it's got to do some stuff to, make sure this whole process works properly. Now, I thought about just going directly into the Tahoe install from the current version of Sequoia that we're running, but I think it would make more sense to make sure that we're running the latest version of Sequoia, the latest version of the OpenCore Legacy Patcher, so that we, minimize the problems that we are likely to encounter. So we're going to click on OK and let it prepare for the software update. We'll close out of the Finder here. It said it was just downloading the update in the background. So let me open up system, I almost said system preferences, system settings. Okay, so we've got an option to update now. We're gonna go ahead and do that. I imagine that OpenCore is doing some stuff in the background. I mean, nothing else came up. We can open up the patcher here, but this is probably just going to bring us to the menu. When I first turned this system on, it did have to update OpenCore Legacy Patcher, so I believe we are currently running the latest version. Let me just double check that. Yeah, 2.4 is the latest release, so we're good there. We're just going to let Sequoia 15.5 download, and hopefully we'll be on our way. Well, I got some great news. That whole update process actually worked perfectly, so let's hope we have the same thing with the top.
I can't read any of the text. Hold on, I'm gonna jump to 480. So at least the text would be a bit readable. Hold on. Oops, forgot. So basically, what he's doing is basically, he's gonna run OS 26 Tahoe. But oh yeah, to be in context, Apple rebranded their iOS branding to their OS. They rebranded their entire OS branding from iOS, iPad, macOS to just OS 26. So every Apple device is now going to have the branding of OS 26. So for Mac, it's OS 26 Toho. And he's running a very old Intel Mac that is not support. Is the last generation is blah blah blah. Put in perspective, this particular Mac is one generation behind from official OS 26 support. And the OpenCore Legacy Patcher, the dev team behind it said, do not try to attempt to run OS 26 on these unsupported Macs. It will not work. The performance will be abysmal. Just don't attempt to run it. And of course, my goal is going to be attempting to run it anyways.
I've got a USB 2.0 hub plugged in so we can utilize an external keyboard and mouse because of that USB 1.1 issue that I talked about in the original video, where that's the protocol that is used to communicate with the built-in keyboard and trackpad, and Apple removed that driver from these later versions of macOS. Now, I've got the Tahoe installer in this installassistant.pkg file. The reason is, in Greg's video, he actually had problems going through the regular updater, so I found a link for this on Reddit. He got it from Mr. McIntosh's website. There's a few other places that you can get it from, I'm sure, but we're just going to run this and see if we can successfully go through the install assistant installer. There we go. So we'll close that, and then I guess if we just go into applications, we'll just go to Launchpad actually. There we go, install macOS beta. Now just a quick note of the things that currently work on this system before the Tahoe upgrade. We've got a graphics driver installed, so we have some graphics acceleration going on. We've got both Ethernet and Wi-Fi working, and we have sound working. So I think we're going to lose pretty much all of that once we go through this update. We'll see what works, if we can actually get through this, because I mean, I'm honestly kind of 50-50 on this. I don't know if it's going to work or not. But the installer came up. So we're going to say yes, continue, and we will agree, and we'll agree again, and it will be installed on Macintosh SSD. That's great. And we'll put in our password, and we're off to the races. So, all right, we are going to just sit here, play the waiting game, and hope this works. Okay, well, there's been some developments, and for full disclosure, I did step away from this for a few hours and just kind of let it do its thing. So I don't know exactly what it did, like how many times that it's restarted or anything like that, but it looks like the system has just straight up hung. I mean, you can see down here, it looks like it's about to say validating root device, but it just cut off at the D there. And I mean, I can't press anything on the keyboard, or you know, like nothing is responding to you know, any input. So I'm just gonna have to restart, I guess, do another force power off and start
Mega oof.
Start this back up, and we'll see what we got going on. Oh, well, there we've got the macOS installer, so I guess we'll boot into that and see if this just does the same thing, because if it does... Oh, and that's straight up a kernel panic. I was a little bit optimistic, to be honest, because before it just froze up, it didn't actually kernel panic, but I don't really think we've got a way around this, other than just, you know, using an entirely different computer, which we can definitely do. I've got a couple other machines that are newer than this, but are still not officially capable of running macOS Tahoe. Let's just try this again, just for the heck of it. Boot into macOS installer. Well, I know this will come as a shock to everybody, but that didn't work. And in fact, a lot of things...
That didn't... It was totally a shock. Yeah, definitely a shock. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Mm-hmm. Ooh. Oof. Yeah. Excuse me? What? Yeah. Yep. Ooh. Then what's not working? Oh shit, hold on. I thought I already... What the fuck? Okay, so let me... Alright.
Nothing's being typed into the enter password screen. So yeah, it boots up this trying over the past couple of days haven't worked either. Because I've been messing around with trying to get Tahoe working on, you know, just a handful of computers here. Oh, and hang on, there's also this one. This is a mid-20 able to get Tahoe working on this.
Here it is.
And you already saw the mid-2009, had no success with that. What I did have success with were these two systems right here. So this is an early 2011 MacBook Pro 8,2, and this guy back here is a mid-2011 iMac 12,2. They both are able to upgrade the Tahoe. However, they both experience the same problem when actually trying to use it. And that is, we can't interact with it, even if I have a USB keyboard plugged in. You can see nothing's being typed into the enter password screen. So yeah, it boots up. This is Tahoe. You can tell by the lock screen, it is a little bit of a different layout. And I got this also to boot on this 2011 iMac, and that was actually the first system I was able to get to successfully boot Tahoe, but I couldn't interact with it. And initially I thought it was because of that USB 1.1 controller issue, because that iMac suffers from it. So I tried utilizing this USB 2.0 hub, didn't make a difference. I even tried using a wireless Bluetooth keyboard that I confirmed worked when we, initially turned on the machine, because before you actually boot Tahoe and get into the...
Is it because it's some component, the internal controller inside the iMac that's not working at all? So regardless, if the keyboard doesn't work, so I'm surprised. Well, I'm not surprised that the keyboard, the internal keyboard's not working. That happens with if you try to when you install Linux on when you boot into Linux on a MacBook. That happens almost all the time. But for like the USB stuff, like the actual USB port, it must be more than just the controller component that's not working. So like, is he gonna have to like solder the? Is he gonna have to cut the wire, and then solder it and directly onto the MacBook motherboard?
The bootloader for OpenCore, you can use the USB keyboard just fine, and I was able to get this wireless one working in there, but as soon as you boot into Tahoe, it doesn't recognize it. And then I tried it on this 2011 MacBook because it doesn't suffer from that USB 1.1 controller issue, and I thought maybe we'd have some better results on here, but as you can see, it does the exact same thing. Using this USB hub does not make a difference, or using this wireless keyboard, that doesn't help either. Now, I still had a little bit of hope though, because in Greg Rutke's video, he experienced this exact same issue on his 2013 iMac. And what he had to do was use a Thunderbolt dock that had USB ports on it, plug that into the Mac, and then connect USB devices that way, and he was actually able to get it to work.
That's what I did when I installed Arch Linux on my MacBook.
So I said, not a problem, I just need to get a Thunderbolt 2 dock. The only problem is, I didn't have a Thunderbolt 2 dock. I only have Thunderbolt 3 stuff. I don't even have a Thunderbolt 2 cable, or at least didn't, because I ended up having to buy one, along with Apple's official Thunderbolt 3 to Thunderbolt 2 adapter, which is ridiculously overpriced, of course. Now, some of you might be thinking, well, wait a minute, Michael, this is for the other way around, for connecting Thunderbolt 1 and 2 stuff to a Thunderbolt 3 port on a modern Mac. You can't use this. What are you thinking? Well, you actually are supposed to be able to use this because this is a bi-directional adapter. So that means that you could totally connect it up to a Thunderbolt 2 Mac like this, and then connect a Thunderbolt 3 dock to it and, plug in USB devices that way. So I thought, okay, great, I'll buy this cable that actually cost me more than the frickin' adapter, which I'm still not over, because, I had to buy this to get it relatively quickly so I could get it and test it in this video. But it didn't work on this computer or on the 2011 iMac. And I again tried a whole hodgepodge of stuff. I tried to use the USB hub with the Thunderbolt 3 hub. I tried to have it plugged in before powering the system on. I tried different keyboard. Nothing worked. So yeah, we've pretty much reached a stopping point here. I don't really know what else I can do. Alright, well there is one more thing I can try, and I was kind of debating on if I even wanted to do this, because I was saying to myself, this should work. It says that this adapter is reversible, and it should be working with my Thunderbolt 3 dock, but, you know, just in case that going through this adapter is screwing something up, I went ahead and bit the bullet and bought a Thunderbolt 2 dock off of eBay. And by a Thunderbolt
That's
2
the
dock,
type
I
of
mean two.
Okay, Elgato based, but I use a Thunderbolt dock, not those thick chunks, not those chunks. It's a sleek Thunderbolt USB hub. It's a and that's what I use like to plug my keyboard and mouse, as well as like the thumb drives and stuff like that.
Thunderbolt 2 docks. That way, if one of these doesn't work, well, maybe this other one will. They were both sold as working, and this means that this video is, you know, delayed by like another week. I already spent like over a week working on it, doing all this nonsense with these computers, and I wanted to get it out then because, you know, it's closer to the release date of the beta. By the way, the second beta is out now. I'm not even touching that though, because it's not like that's going to fix, you know, the Thunderbolt 2 port on a 2009 or 2011 MacBook
worse.
or an iMac. You know, it's going to make that work miraculously. Because, you know, the problem here is just, again, OpenCore not being properly, you know, updated. And again, they don't recommend you do this, but of course we're doing it anyway, and so I've spent like $200 on all this nonsense. These docks were still cheaper than this freaking cable, though. I'm still not over that. Anyways, so we've got our 2011 MacBook here. We're going to plug this in and just see if, we'll try this one first. So we'll plug this into one of these Thunderbolt ports on the back, and let's give this some power. Yeah, there's no lights on this thing at all, so I mean, we're just gonna plug in our keyboard. Holy, no freaking way! No way! That actually did it! Alright, well there you go. Adapters don't always work. Here's freaking proof of that. Oh my gosh, okay, this is just freaking incredible. So yeah, we made it to the software update complete screen. We're just gonna say only download automatically, and how do you connect? Let's say, I mean, I don't think Ethernet's gonna work. That being said, we do have an Ethernet port on this Thunderbolt adapter, so maybe it will. Let's say local network Ethernet. Let me plug this cable into here. I guess we'll just say, yeah, using DHCP, continue. Your Mac is not... Oh no, it froze up. Oh no. Oh wait, okay, it's fine. It says your Mac is not connected to the internet. We'll just say continue. Oh my gosh, look at that cursor lag. Holy cow. That is unbearable. Also, you can see the transparency is all screwed up. This was something that Greg also experienced in his video. We'll just say continue. That is a smooth freaking animation if I've ever seen one.
Whoa.
Analytics, no thanks. Don't need to share that. Or maybe we do. Wouldn't it be hilarious if it included like the like the model number of this with like a, you know, bug report or something? You can see screen time is glitching out here. We'll say setup later. And do we want to enable Ask Siri? Yeah, we'll leave that enabled, but I don't think it's gonna work. Select the Siri voice. Yeah, we'll say choose for me. Not that I can really tell. Don't want to share audio recordings. Well, naturally, the desktop is taking its sweet old time to load here, which is not surprising. We're going to give it all the time in the world. But the computer has not frozen up yet, so that's great. And if this doesn't make it to the desktop, I do have the iMac behind me. I know you can't see it right now, but it is on the desktop. So it's definitely, I mean, that thing's a beefier system, so we may just switch over to that. Okay, well, it's been about 30 minutes, and we haven't gotten anywhere on the MacBook. It's still just, like, frozen up on that screen. Or I guess not frozen because, again, the mouse and keyboard still worked. So I went ahead over to the iMac here and was able to get through the post-install, like, setup and everything in no time, and you can see we're here at the desktop. I tried to go into displays and change the resolution, but it's only recognizing the 2560 by 1440 as the only available resolution, even if you, like, enable... you know, showing them as a list in here and using other resolutions. So yeah, I don't really want to try and like manually change the resolution just in case that screws something up, because we have gotten this far. Now, as you can see though, for one, the default wallpaper just changed to solid white, and you can see as we move windows around, like, it's super glitchy. Honestly, I don't even know what to do now. I didn't expect to get this far. I mean, we will just go and explore the operating system a little bit and maybe try to get this thing online because, I mean, as I mentioned, this here does have a Ethernet jack on the back, so we'll see if maybe we can, you know, connect it up. It didn't work on the MacBook, at least, well, during that initial setup anyways. But this is also the better system to do the demonstration on because we have beefier hardware in this thing. We got a quad-core processor. We have more RAM. I forget how much, but let me go into about this Mac and verify. We have 8 gigabytes of memory and a 3.1 gigahertz quad-core i5 and an AMD Radeon HD dedicated graphics chip in here. So that's nice. Okay, here's the wallpaper selector. So let's select the, oh, you know what? Because it's the dynamic wallpaper. It's probably having trouble displaying that. So, okay, let's just pick a solid or, you know, static picture here. Do we have, is that Tahoe one available as a static image? Yeah, I don't think the dynamic, you know, like that Tahoe wallpaper that we all saw like at the keynote, you know, throughout the whole thing. I don't think that's in here as a solid wallpaper, unfortunately. Let me maybe try to reapply that dynamic wallpaper. It does take, I mean, I clicked on this one. It does take a little while for it to apply. And nope, applying it back doesn't do anything. No surprise there. What if we turn off show on all spaces? I don't know. Yeah, that doesn't seem to do anything. All right, so we're just going to apply. Yeah, this, you know, looks better than just a solid white background because, you know, that's kind of boring. So let's see how, like, the animations work, you know, minimizing. What do we got here? That's definitely taken a while. Oh, the whole system just froze up. Yeah, I mean, we still have the light on the mouse here, and we can still press the caps lock key on the keyboard. It lights up. But yeah, I think, oh, there we go. Yeah, it's just, okay. It froze up for a minute. It's recovering. But, oh my god.
Oh no.
That is amazing. There's no dock. I mean, there is a dock, but there's no dock, you know, like the outline for it. And yeah, this is fantastic. So why don't we try to go into the dock settings and maybe mess around with like the magnification. It's got that turned off, which it should be off because I don't think it's going to really like doing the magnification on here. But let's just see, desktop and dock. Okay, yeah, here's magnification. So we can change the size. We can make it, yeah, let's make it pretty large so it just shows up better on camera. And let's turn the magnification way up. Let's see how that works. Yeah, I mean, that's not bad. Seriously. Well, it's not great, but I mean, hey, for 2011 hardware, I mean, I'm
good.
Honestly very impressed. So yeah, that's the settings application. Here's the horrific new Finder icon that everybody's been complaining about, and I mean, I totally get it. I don't know what Apple is doing there. Maybe they changed it in Beta 2. I wouldn't know because I haven't downloaded Beta 2 yet. But yeah, here's the Finder. It seems like it doesn't like scrolling. And when I move windows around, you see we kind of have like an outline there that kind of glitches out. It's doing some, oh, like this is the, yeah, like this thing up here. You can see like the outline of that, of these widgets. See if we can open up the apps viewer here. Well, it showed up, but you can see there's no
what the fuck?
Liquid glass going on. It's just completely transparent. It's just like right on top of the desktop. And that is something that in Greg's video he experienced with a lot of pop-ups and stuff like this. So like if we were to open up Spotlight, I think we have the exact same thing going on. So here's Spotlight. Well, can this thing get online? Let me open up system. I keep wanting to call it system preferences. System settings again. And just go to the network tab and see if it even recognizes like that we have a functioning Ethernet adapter. We have Ethernet not connected, Thunderbolt Ethernet slot 2 not connected, Thunderbolt bridge not connected, and Wi-Fi is off. Can we actually turn this on? There's no way this is going to work. Well, I clicked the slider. It doesn't seem to be moving. Let's try this one here. Slider could just be broken. Yeah, I don't think that, you know, Wi-Fi is going to be able to turn on, which not surprising whatsoever. So it's showing we have Ethernet and then the Thunderbolt Ethernet slot 2 and Thunderbolt bridge. So why don't I try just the built-in Ethernet jack and start from there? Okay, that's in. Still says not connected, and yeah, we should be getting something by now. I mean, it shows it in here, so that's nice. And I mean, the fact that it recognized the Thunderbolt one gives me hope. Again, it didn't work on the MacBook, but we might have had to go in and, you know, mess around with some settings in here. So all right, let's try the Thunderbolt one. Oh, okay, this one bumped up to the top. Still says not connected, but it like recognized that this was the active one. I guess is what it was doing there. Oh, well. I saw the little
What?
thing go to yellow, like it was identifying, and then it just kernel panicked. Well, hey, we got somewhat online there. I mean, it started to establish a connection, but see, the iMac, it did not like that. So yeah, we're gonna have to do a force restart. Oh yeah, by the way, this poor MacBook here, still just on that black screen, hasn't even loaded the desktop completely yet. So yeah, the iMac lock screen has never looked better. All right, well, it loaded our Windows, and we got a message here. Your computer is restarted because of a problem. Yeah, you think? So, okay, yeah, we're gonna try that again, just for the heck of it. Actually, before we do that, since it's just gonna kernel panic, this dock also has audio jacks, as you can see, for microphone and headphone, and I have a pair of USB speakers. So, first of all, let's see if we can even utilize the internal ones on the iMac. Okay, we got internal speakers and USB audio codec. So, okay, we've got the speakers. It's has mute checked. We don't want to mute it. Oh, we gotta just, you know, slide it up. Yeah, okay. And, oh my gosh, it works. Okay. So yeah, built-in speakers work. Fantastic. This is the coolest scenario in which I've heard these sound effects. I'm not even joking. Like, this is just blowing my mind. I know, like, how poorly this runs on here, but it runs without any like modifications needing to be made to the OpenCore Legacy patcher. I mean, that should tell you how incredible that this tool is. Well, I don't really got much else to say except for let's try Ethernet again and see if we just get an immediate kernel panic. So we are going to plug it into the I forgot what this is called for a second. The Thunderbolt dock. Yeah, that's what it's called. And we'll see if we just immediately panic here. Oh, we just froze up. Mouse pointer is not moving. Alright, yeah, we're doing a force restart because, I mean, hey, it kernel panicked the first time, it froze up the second time, it didn't seem like we were recovering there. I did give it a little bit of time, and yeah, so we are just loading back onto the desktop here. But I think this is a pretty good stopping point for this episode because it has gone on incredibly long, longer than I would have liked for sure. I mean, well, I know you guys didn't really see the whole thing, but I have been spending a ridiculous amount of time troubleshooting all this stuff.
Time and money.
Not expecting anything to work, but just wanting to have something to show you guys. So yeah, that's pretty much going to wrap up my 2-week-long effort to get macOS Tahoe running on hardware that it should not at all run on. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Maybe consider becoming a patron or a channel member to get access to these videos. Sponsor-free access, by the way.
That was actually wow. It actually runs. I'm actually impressed that it's even running in the first place. Yes, it's the performance is abysmal. It can't do like the most basic of basic stuff. It can't even display stuff correctly, but it runs.
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and I want to do something really positive today, and I want to raise some awareness for something that isn't just a video game or some goofy story on the internet. Now, I've been on YouTube for like 10 years, and you've probably seen me cover a lot of dark sides of the internet, specifically in things like deep web browsing, where obviously, you know, I covered red rooms, you know, the possible existence of them. But there was a lot of things that I cut out of deep web browsing. Sometimes on on those recordings, or throughout that entire experience when I was doing it regularly on a weekly basis, there were times where I was sent illegal things, okay? Now, again, I'll let you put your mind as to what illegal. Maybe it could be gore, maybe it could be anything. And generally, it was always met with, okay, better contact the police, better send them the evidence, better send them all of this chain or record, and try to move on with my life. It is incredibly emotionally distressing. Now, obviously, I chose to make content on the deep web. I get it. But what about some YouTuber that just likes to make videos on video games? Now, this is a YouTuber that I like called Super Bunny Hop, and I've been watching this guy probably since, you know, before the deep web browsing days. I am a fan. I watch him. He covers a lot of critical close-ups of video games, Metal Gear. Now, you can imagine why I watch the guy. And, you know, he's somebody that is kind of a sporadic uploader, and he's been missing for quite a while, okay? We're talking about videos years ago, audiobooks. And then, of course, a couple, like, days ago, I'm like, oh, he uploaded an actual review video. I watched it. And then the next one was my HOA sent me gore photos after complaining about the Airbnbs. That title alone, when it hit my phone, felt like a fucking flashbang going off. And I might be like, oh wow, big fan, you're not even subscribed. I want to address an allegation like this. I'm also not signed in. I have a virtual machine for my YouTube channel so I don't get hacked. Pro tip right there. But anyways, I wanted to see exactly how it was, and thankfully George just gets right into it without the yaponomics. Watch this.
My HOA sent me gore photos after complaining about the Airbnbs. There they are. 3 pages of gore photos, 3 pages of death threats, and 3 pages of legal threats.
Holy, I should not be laughing, but to be honest with you, I'm not even just completely like talking out of my ass. This might be one of the friendliest HOA organizations that I've seen so far, like unironically. Now, you might be wondering, what could have brought all of this, Muda? Why would they send this like gaming YouTuber something like this? Why would they even go? Apparently, he made a actual public comment somewhere around April 29th of 2025 this year, and it's because of this he started to actually get crazy death threats. So I wanted to read some of these death threats that he provided over here just to read, and they were a little unhinged, okay? One rando user goes, I was hired for one reason, to make sure you have a good night's sleep. I will then go back to my country, as if like some dark web assassin just fucking is sending you like the scariest shit possible. After that meeting, you are history, bitch! Either you leave on your own accord or we will make you leave by any means necessary. That is a promise. Are you even in the country legally? Time for you to John Pablo Escobar. This whole condominium hates your guts. Watch your back. Oh man, this is that is some 4chan levels of responses right over there. And of course, you can go further into this. You brought this on yourself. No one will miss you. If they can find, I assume they can find your body. It is what it is. A lot of these are kind of, labeling these individuals as like possible illegal Hispanics. I don't know where that kind of comes from, but I don't really think it even matters. You know, whether you're legally in the country or not, the fact that gore was sent alongside what seems to be legal paperwork is distressing enough for me, okay? That's just the most unhinged shit that I've seen probably on my entire time in YouTube. Made one complaint, and all of a sudden this guy gets it. And to be fair, Super Bunny Hop's a guy that I think is, generally a very good soul. He's a very like relaxed person, okay? This guy is about as laid back, relaxed as you can imagine. When you're sending, basically Mr. Rogers on like gaming YouTube shit like this, there has to be a special place in hell for you, okay? In fact, if you never believed in hell before, you probably want to start believing now, because you have to be a real unhinged evil fuck to do this in the first place. Now, again, a lot of this is an allegation, not a statement of fact. I don't want to get, I can handle legal threats, okay? But sending me like, actually, I can handle death threats. I can handle gore sent to my house at this point. I probably can't handle the legal threats, okay? Like, it would just add extra stress to my life. But that's not the point of the video.
Ninth public comment made at City Hall is mentioned, and in every one, including those sent to the elderly, there was no real disclaimer nor warning about the gore photos. If you were reading through this packet, you were suddenly hit with an eyeful of emotional distress. And in a lot of contexts, doing something like that counts as a felony, so please let me get these out of my sight. So, police reports have been filed, lawyers have been contacted, and I am already well in the habit of documenting everything. Unfortunately, I gotta keep details fairly lightweight and the video short. The exact logic behind why in the world they thought this would be a good idea will be a better question answered in court.
Now, obviously, this is a good thing to do. A lot of people sometimes make videos about this kind of shit when something happens, instead of going to cops and lawyers, which is, again, the dumbest thing that you can do. Generally speaking, anytime I've engaged with, cops, or anytime I've retained, like, legal stuff, I've always completely stayed quiet on the matter, and that's, again, that's just for your safety, that's for your case's safety. And generally, once you want to, like, expose the shitty things to the world, you can do that after your time in court. Now, obviously, lawyers are pretty expensive to hire, and George is not somebody that is, sitting on millions of dollars, okay? This is not somebody that, has made, like, crazy life-changing money. This is just somebody that's a humble little YouTuber, and, he's got, like, his own thing going on, but unfortunately, one of the things is he's got an elderly mom. So obviously the amount of money required to take care of your elderly parents is, again, going to be an attack on finances. And that's just a reality that many people have to live with. So he started this
Yeah.
GoFundMe, and I know that endorsing GoFundMe's can be a little bit of a hazardous guess, but honestly, I don't ever expect George of all people to be scamming people, and if he is, God, man, the world is even darker than I ever imagined. But yeah, anyways, he started this GoFundMe to help him, pay back some of the actual like savings that he had to drain out because some of the actual payments that this HOA was charging him was insane. But also, he wanted to raise money just so that they could fund the lawyers in this case to fight against these fucking assholes. And of course, one thing that always blew me away too was like when he actually showed some of the receipts of what this organization was charging him, allegedly, of course.
Attempts at charging us special assessment fees, and then there was this $3,000 capital contribution bill, which is usually part of a condo's closing costs. With this sudden, unexpected spike in bills, I simply cannot make ends meet like this.
And this is a reality that I think plenty of people have to deal with. So again, regarding this organization, he led to an actual few news articles about this area. So for instance, condo owners in that area were actually afraid of losing their home because of Airbnb investors. So according to this one news article by Fox, for instance, right over here, one person says she and her other condo owner said Airbnb and other STR investors are taking over the downtown high-rises and allegedly allowing drugs, prostitution, and wild parties to run in the building. And they're forcing many of the owners out with these exorbitant homeowner association fees, which is not something, again, that really fucking shocks me. This is also the same place that's apparently getting sued by, I believe, a fire insurance company for alleged fraud. And you have to be a special type of fucking disgusting company for me to even think, you know what? In this case, the insurance guys are good. Now, obviously, the address that, George provided, this is a pretty downtown part of Atlanta, a big city, okay? This is a huge area. So, yeah, this doesn't really shock me. For anybody that doesn't know, Airbnb is probably one of the worst things to happen with big cities. If you ever wonder why the apartment you want is super duper expensive, it's probably because there's a group of assholes that come in to buy the shit out of all the apartment units they can and basically, put them out on Airbnb. Okay, short-term rentals, people come in and out. Now, obviously, this is a pretty unhinged situation that George is in, which is why I want to talk about it because honestly, I just can't believe this happens, okay? I can't believe things can actually get so bad. Now, obviously, all this stuff will be brought up in court if it goes down that road. And the thing is, when you send allegedly gore, death threats and shit over people speaking up against terrible ownership practices, that alone should be that should fucking ripple. That should make you at least somewhat empathetic and understandable in these situations. Now, again, obviously, buying a home is not a reality for many people, and this is going to get a little bit too real. But I have a lot of friends who, have just given up the idea of buying a house. When I ended up getting my house, to give you an idea of how expensive my place was, and I don't live in the city of Toronto, I live, on the outskirts of the GTA at that time.
Oof. Jesus. What? Oof. What the fuck? Mm-hmm. 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 Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Oof. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What? Why is my desktop audio automatically muting itself? What's going on? Because I were just unmuting it. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on with my... Either there's a major bug with Streamlabs, there's a major bug with OBS. Or, even worse, there might have been an internal update hijacking malware, which meaning that either Streamlabs or OBS has been breached, and whatever fucking is happening is just wow. Anyway, so Mudahar, just to go over what Mudahar was saying, the guy he was talking about, he was getting he's basically getting death threats, and he's being sent death threats and gore, by members of his HOA. And he talked about it publicly, about everything that happened, and he got even more death threats and gore. So yeah, that's incredibly fucked up. This year. Alright.
Voice actors and future voice actors, it looks like SAG-AFTRA, the SAG-AFTRA Mafia, is in full damage control to save the career of ex-Genshin VA and future ex-ReZero VA, Kaylee Mills, after the very controversial cyberbullying that she took part in. Look at this. There is, as you guys remember, they updated her Wikipedia page to talk about the controversy and how she literally cyberbullied one of her cast members. And then look at the revision history, boys. The absolute freaking copium coming from the SAG-AFTRA Mafia. You will be so surprised when you see who is the one doing this. It will blow your freaking mind when you see who over at SAG is the one that is responsible for all of these freaking updates and edits, and the absolute crash out that is ensuing over at Wikipedia. And I'm not kidding, dude. The Wikipedia mods are like, dude, you need to quit. You need to stop. But let's get into it. Oh my goodness. As you guys remember, they literally updated her Wikipedia page, which is one of the first things that whenever you're casting someone, you go and look them up. And if it's big enough and bad enough that it reaches their Wikipedia page, or you can usually find out what they're about on their Wikipedia page, well, let's just say this could put a lot of her roles in the future in danger, like ReZero as Amelia and Kaide as Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai. She already lost her role over at Genshin, and she might lose her role at Nikkei. I guess we'll see. But I just thought that this was so freaking hilarious. I mean, look at this. Somebody tagged me in this today, and it's gonna blow your freaking mind. where this man over here tagged me in this, and man, you are the GOAT for this, saying, look at this, SAG just doesn't give up now, do they? But on the bright side, Wikipedia's editors told him off due to conflict of interest. You can't edit articles if you are involved with entities you do edits on. Whoop-de-woo, that's right, boys. It looks like Sean Larway, professional SAG-AFTRA mafia shill, is literally over here shilling for Kaylee Mills to try to save her career and also lie about the SAG-AFTRA strike on the Wikipedia page. Yeah, you heard that right, boys. He's literally trying to change history as we speak. I mean, look at this. This was the original. Mills, along with several other voice actors, including Karina, heavily criticized him for replacing Patanade. Down here it says, despite Takanashi, who is based in Japan, being unaware of the strike at that time, Mills writing that Takanashi's tweet was diabolical. Now look at Sean Larway's little freaking update here. Look what he decided to say. Now, these keep staying up for like a total of 2 minutes, and then Sean Larway edits them again, and he keeps going so much that later on in the video, I'm going to show you the mods are literally asking him to stop. They are like, you have a conflict of interest. You cannot be editing this page. It is not the truth, okay? Leave it up to the mods. Okay, look at this. Following Takanashi's self-announcement, Mills, along with several other voice actors, including Karina, rightfully criticized him for scabbing, boys. That's right. They're calling him a scab over on Wikipedia. They can't even see how insufferable they are. They know that everybody sees through their BS, and they think that's the issue, right? We proved that it's not just Hoyo shills, okay? You being a Hoyo shill. We proved that it's not just you. It's the anime fans. It's all the fans that are combined that have been involved in this, that have seen exactly what's going on, that see through the BS and can tell whenever they were bullying Takanashi that it was cyberbullying and that it was not. Funniest things, by the way, is the fact that Kaylee Mills' voice is
now I know what's going on. Now I know what's going on with that. Alright, so okay.
Against cyberbullying because she was cyberbullied. It's a story about how bad cyberbullying is, and that of course her voice actor Kaylee Mills is a major cyberbully. It's insane. Look down here. Takanashi, who was born in Texas, was aware of the strike, and he.
Okay, so I found out what's going on. So I need to be more aware of which window's active, because when I press the spacebar, it actually mutes the desktop audio. So yeah, my bad. Yeah, but yeah, I gotta be more aware of which window is active.
Was rightfully criticized. Now look at the freaking edits over here. The edit warning on the SAG-AFTRA strike, conflict of interest. This is where they literally Sean Larway also tried to fix the SAG-AFTRA strike by citing Vice. And the Vice article, by the way, was super fishy and was super messed up. Yeah, it's like, dude, I'm a bit concerned about the inclusion of Mills' involvement in the SAG-AFTRA strike, as I can see it turning into an edit war. I am also concerned about Sean Larway misrepresenting the sources by rewriting information skewing towards a particular point of view. Oh my goodness. Which brings up issues about conflict of interest. I have undone Sean Larway's edits as a result. Yep. Look at Sean Larway's response to this. It's not a conflict of interest because I do not know any of the individuals personally. My ass, bro, you're literally in the Discord. We've seen your messages. You talk to them daily. The facts I put into the article were taken straight from the words of voice actors, whereas your article is filled with misinformation from anti-union astroturfing. Everything I put in was correct. By the way, he tried to say down here the X-source.
When the entire Genshin fandom and the entire Genshin player base, includes the Chinese player base and Chinese fandom, when they all say get rid of Karina, but they get rid of who's the old actor for Genshin? I forget. Anyways, when they said get rid of the problematic VAs that are basically ruining the experience of the game, Hoyo noticed that these particular VAs were affecting their bottom line, so they axed them.
Our X is not a cited source. The freaking sources that they cited from X were Kaylee Mills's freaking tweets. That's straight from the horse's mouth. That's the issue. He's like, you can't use X as a source. You can't use X as a source. Dude, the sources that they cited from X were from Kaylee Mills's X. They were her own tweets. So how does that even make any sense? But look at this down here, bro. This is where it gets a little ridiculous. This I can't even keep a straight face when I'm making this because.
Okay, so let me put away my dishes real quick and for sorry. Sorry. My bad. Anyways, let me put away my dish for real quick, and just for the minute, I hope you all enjoy the video.
Because of how big of a freaking crash out this is. This is so freaking crazy for Sean Laraway to be over here on Wikipedia trying to change the narrative so bad for the SAG-AFTRA mafia that they're trying to change they're attacking everybody. Sean Laraway and Paimon, you both need to remember that Wikipedia is not a forum and talk pages must be used for discussing the article, not their subject, which I fear you both have forgotten. Not to mention that this is a talk page for Kaylee Mills, so all discussion here must be relevant to this article, of which this discussion is clearly not, because they were arguing about the SAG-AFTRA strike. If either of you has any suggestions for editing the article, please state it. But otherwise, this is not the right venue for this discussion. Both of your social media sources, Twitter, Reddit, YouTube, Blue Sky, are also not able to be used for statements about other people about self-personal attacks like calling someone a scab are certainly not appropriate. Please take some time to cool off. Mainly, this was talking about Sean Laraway because he also called Paimon a scab and a shill and as you guys know, whenever they are losing, they literally just resort to name calling, and it's absolutely insane. Listen to the oh my goodness, Sean Laraway's response, by the way. Thank you, I apologize. I think it would have been better to reach out and ask for this section to be deleted than to edit it. Everything was clearly written with bias towards Jacob using only Twitter for sources. The Twitter sources were Kaylee Mills' freaking tweets. They came from the word of her own mouth. She is the one that said those things. She's the one that called Jacob a scab. She's the one that tried to dox how much he made and cyberbullied him and told him to take the role uncredited. Are you kidding me? It was written as though it were from someone who with a clear bias against Kaylee. I do not know her personally, my ass. I have seen YouTubers and fans share this page that has led to more harassments against Kaylee and Karina. It does not accurately portray the situation since SAG-AFTRA was not striking Hoyoverse. It cannot be called a SAG-AFTRA controversy. Then why was SAG-AFTRA enforcing the strike over at Hoyoverse? Why were FICOR members who are legally allowed to be a member of SAG-AFTRA, a FICOR member of SAG-AFTRA and work non-union, getting threatening letters for not taking part in the strike at Hoyoverse, if it wasn't a SAG-AFTRA strike? It absolutely was. It was a wildcat strike spearheaded by SAG-AFTRA and enforced by SAG-AFTRA. Should you tell me otherwise? I will go ahead and remove the Section Mills article. By the way, look at this. This is where we get a little crazy, boys. This is where we get a little crazy. We move on to where they were trying to change Kaylee Mills' side of the Wikipedia page to remove the controversy. That's right, boys, to remove the things that she said about Jacob Takanashi being in the Wikipedia page. It's absolutely insane. And of course, Sean Laraway and Paimon over here literally crashing out at one another, arguing on this. And of course, Sean Laraway always resorts to name calling, but look at this, the freaking wiki mods had to get on him again for shilling for Kaylee, the professional Mills. And she's not so professional now, is she? She might be losing her whole freaking professional career over freaking cyberbullying, and it would deserve her right. By the way, it would deserve her right. You fuck around, you find out. You be a cyberbully, you find out. You be unprofessional, you find out. That's the issue. This isn't cancel culture. This is her being so unprofessional that she is undeserving of being being a professional. That's the difference. That's the difference. Mr. Larway, since you are in the industry, you should not participate in the editing of the article. This would cause a conflict of interest. If your side would tell their story to the public, they should do it through third parties, e.g. a reputable media interview of a As you guys know, I interviewed Karina. I was one of the freaking people who interviewed a VA. And also, I did a pretty damn bang-up job. They're the ones that destroyed themselves with it. Okay, they're the ones that talked themselves into a hole. It was not me. Of course, I get blamed for that, even though I literally just asked very, niche question or very, broad questions. Given the attention to this issue, I'm sure some editors would pick up the story and include them in an article. Now, listen to this. This is Sean Larway's response. Fair enough. I would recommend you look out for Hoyo fans trying to paint an anti-SAG narrative. Oh my gosh, dude, there's no anti-SAG narrative. Everything around SAG right now is anti because SAG themselves are anti-voice actor. They are bad for the industry. It is proven. They are not good for the industry. They're not good for the people. They're a blacklisting clique, okay? They are very bad. They are not good for the industry at all. So it's not Hoyo fans, okay? I get the pie I might be a Hoyo fan, but like, come on. But look at this. I would recommend you look out for Hoyo fans trying to paint an anti-SAG narrative. Even though SAG never struck Hoyo, then why were they enforcing it, huh? Why were they enforcing it, huh? Why were they literally trying to freaking threaten VAs like Erica Harlicher for not participating in the strike over at Hoyoverse? We have spent too much trying to educate these fans who continue to harass us and send us death threats. Dude, you're the one over here on the Wikipedia page starting an argument because they put the truth on the Wikipedia.
Oh, what the fuck happened? Hold on. What the fuck happened? Because I was just trying to. Alright, oh fuck.
Voice actors and since you are in the industry, you should not participate in the editing of the article. This would cause a conflict. They are not good for the. It is an epidemic of misinformation and astroturfing spewed by a vile subreddit. Also, it might be Hoyoverse themselves trying to block the nerd. Dude, so now it's Hoyoverse. Now it's Hoyoverse. It's an epidemic of misinformation, astroturfing spews by vile subreddit. Also, it might be Hoyoverse themselves trying to bot the narrative. We have proof. As you guys can see, they talk over on that Discord that they were using to threaten voice actors with blacklists if they didn't take part in the strike. They're also talking about Hoyoverse, saying that Hoyoverse is botting the narrative, and they have proof. Yeah, my ass, they have proof.
My ass, they have
proof. Cutie has some strong opinions on this issue. What I can say is that the current version is already more neutral than some previous versions, removing opinions such as the community is largely turned against the strike, which is hard to substantiate without sources. If you do possess evidence, then it would be more important to bring them to light through media. Like go the fuck away, go to a real media source, at least a list of sources and their reliability. A reliable source from Aftermath section. Oh my god, dude, this is one of the most ridiculous crash outs I've seen in a while.
Exactly. That's a crash out and a half. Yeah. Okay, here we go.
My motive for doing what I am going to do is simply personal revenge. I do not expect to accomplish anything by it.
What the fuck?
Lincoln, Montana, 1996. This cabin is the chosen home of Theodore J. Kaczynski, more commonly known as the Unabomber. He's long been feared as America's smartest criminal, a serial bomber who's killed and wounded targets across the country, with no clear connection. For 17 years, he's eluded the FBI. It's the largest, most expensive manhunt in the Bureau's history. He's the evil genius they simply can't catch. Likely history's most intellectual serial killer. He's terrorized the nation, instilling fear in Americans about opening their mail and getting on planes. And he did it all from his cabin. Here is where he built his bombs, where he wrote his manifesto, and where he evaded capture for nearly 2 decades. It's where he turned from.
Yeah. He has like his entire warehouse. He rebuilds scenes based off of media pictures and stuff like that. Like, wow, this is actually really good. And the setting, the placement of everything, is the finest. It is the finest, most exquisite thing you can ever see.
From off-the-grid recluse to world-famous murderer. This cabin contains all the evidence the FBI will need to convict him. It's located deep in the Montana wilderness. Back in 1969, Ted moved here from California, where he left behind a shining career as a math professor at UC Berkeley. He wanted to get closer to nature and far, far away from everyone who pisses him off, which is most people. He built this cabin with his brother, back when Ted still talked to him. It's got no electricity, no plumbing, just a wood stove, a bed, and a whole lot of books. Right now, Ted is building another bomb. They're meticulously crafted, and he's continuously improving his technique. Every year, they become more lethal. In fact, he's got another one under his bed, wrapped and ready to go. But he won't get a chance to send it, because despite his intellect, he made some pretty dumb mistakes.
I wanna. I'll put this at 480. The animation is pretty good. This is basically like 007 animation right here. I wonder if you saw some of the animators worked on the 007 movies. And the music as well. Did he get some of the 007 producers, the animators and musicians to work on this? Because that would be I need to do some research. But that would be impressive.
This video is largely based on these 2 books. Links are in the description.
Okay.
We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved.
Born in 1942, Ted grows up in a pretty average family in the suburbs of Chicago. They're working-class Polish Americans. His parents are politically progressive, bookish and intellectual, and really into the outdoors. They're strict but loving. At least, that's how they remember it. It becomes obvious at a young age that Ted is exceptionally gifted, so his parents push him to succeed. He skips 2 grades and easily aces every class. He's a pretty normal kid for someone with an IQ of 168. Sure, Ted is quiet, shy around girls, and arrogant, but he has a core circle of friends and plenty of hobbies. Like his parents and brother, he loves playing music, reading, and camping. People like Ted. They'll later remember him as a sensitive, respectful kid. All that starts to change when Ted enrolls at Harvard University at just 16 years old. Like many college freshmen, Ted struggles to adjust. Here, he no longer feels like the smartest person in every room. And as a working-class kid thrown into the world of America's elite, he's a fish out of water. Other students and even faculty mock his shabby clothes and blue-collar background. He's deeply bothered by their snobbery, pain that will follow him through life. Ted's also just really young, younger than almost everyone else on campus. As an adult, Ted will write his mother furious letters about this. He demands apologies for pushing him out of the house before he was ready. Ted becomes depressed, and his grades suffer. His classmates describe him as a total loner, moody, rude, and virtually mute. He's that guy on the dorm floor who only leaves his room to go to class, who ignores everyone else, who slams doors. There's a stench of rotting food wafting from his room. Ted doesn't know it yet, but his withdrawn and alienated demeanor has caught the eye of a psychology professor. Dr. Henry A. Murray is very famous, with an on-campus research center named after him. He's basically a god in the social sciences. Murray is looking out for particular types of students, those who will make excellent guinea pigs for an experiment. His final, most elaborate experiment, the capstone of a long and illustrious career. It also happens to be a CIA-funded project designed to cause extreme distress and break down the subject's sense of self.
Oh, that must be. I just realized something. It must be hard to be when the CIA had potentially created this, created America's smartest killer.
Clearly, we are in a position to do a great deal of damage, and it does appear that the FBI is not going to catch us anytime soon. The FBI is a joke.
It's the 1970s in San Francisco. The city is a hotbed of anti-government activity. There's outrage over the Vietnam War. Protest bombings are a regular occurrence. Explosions happen every week up through the mid-80s. The FBI dubs it the Belfast of North America. Radical far-left groups like the Weather Underground and the Symbionese Liberation Army claim credit for many of the bombings. So most of the cases are pretty straightforward in terms of understanding motive and perpetrator. But amidst all of this, the FBI's San Francisco bomb squad makes a shocking discovery. 12 mysterious, similarly built bombs can be linked to one elusive killer or group. They have next to nothing to go on. Just for whatever unknown reason, this string of explosives seems to target universities and airlines. Whoever is building these bombs is an expert crafter and careful to not leave any DNA behind. Not a hair, not a fiber. They're encased in beautiful handmade wooden boxes. There are no eyewitnesses to the bombings, and no letters from organizations claiming credit. The victims appear to be scattershot of random people. The unknown perpetrator is referred to by the code Unibomb, for university and airline bomber. So far, his bombs have killed one person and injured 20 others across 5 different states. Unlucky recipients of the Unibomber's early packages include a campus security guard, a handful of graduate students and professors, a secretary, an airline executive, and passengers on a flight from Chicago to DC. Some are injured quite badly. The first death is in 1985, Hugh Scruton, a guy who owned a computer store in Sacramento and was about to get married. What does he have to do with anything at all? Far away in his cabin, Ted reads about his death and chuckles to himself. He hears that the FBI offers a $25,000 reward for any information. He's flattered. The Unabomber is making waves. Not bad for the actions of one man in a 10 by 12 foot shack with no electricity, running water, or phone service. Here in his cabin, he's got everything he needs. Snowshoes, maps, a homemade chair, a cot, a typewriter, and hundreds of books. Scraps from junkyards and jars of chemicals for making his bombs. Binders and binders full of notes. All kinds of disguises for delivering the bombs, like wigs and sunglasses, and shoes with fake soles. It's crammed to the gills, but meticulously organized. At this point, the FBI has 0 promising leads, and by the end of it all, they'll never actually find the perpetrator themselves. The bomber is always several steps ahead of them. They'll pursue thousands of dead ends, spend hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars, and pour countless man-hours into this case. They have no idea why he's targeting the people that he is, but the bombs are so precise, so well crafted, there's gotta be a motive, right? In 1987, there's finally a break in the case. The Unabomber plants a package outside a Salt Lake City computer store, and a lady spots him. He's wearing a gray hoodie, sunglasses, and sporting a mustache. The police create a sketch and post it all around the country. The bombings immediately stop, and for 5 years, nobody hears anything from the Unabomber. All kinds of people call him with tips, but the leads go nowhere. The case pretty much goes cold, but the FBI know that it's only a matter of time before he'll strike again. They're sure he's using the time to perfect his bombs. And they're right. In his cabin, Ted is finessing his technique. The upcoming bombs will be a whole lot more lethal. But, as the world will soon find out, he is also busy writing. He doesn't just want his explosives to do the talking. He's crafting a manifesto, one that claims to explain what the mysterious string of bombings is all about.
Ooh.
The Technophiles are taking us all on an utterly reckless ride into the unknown.
Okay.
Back at Harvard in 1958, the United States is experiencing huge shifts in culture. The button-up 50s are drawing to a close, and the nation becomes swept up in the space race, the civil rights movement, the sexual revolution, the environmental movement, the explosion of drug culture, and all the while, the Cold War is escalating. The American military is paranoid that communists have developed mind control drugs and brainwashing techniques, and they're eager to catch up, so they're covertly experimenting with ways to manipulate behavior. US intelligence officials are especially interested in developing a perfect truth drug for interrogating enemies, and they believe LSD might be it. But they're also testing a wide range of ways that psychological manipulation could bend the will of anyone to do whatever the US military wants. They've even enlisted help from the Nazi scientists who experimented on Dachau inmates with hallucinogens and interrogation methods.
Jesus
The military
Christ.
illegally smuggles these war criminals over to get their advice on brainwashing, as part of Operation Paperclip. Over the course of at least 11 years, thousands of Americans are subjected to unethical psychological experiments that include sensory deprivation, hallucinogenic drugs dosed without consent, subliminal messaging, hypnosis, electroshock therapy, and even ice pick lobotomies. And that's just the stuff we know about. When the project becomes public knowledge in the
Probably even
1970s,
worse.
the CIA director
Probably the ones that we don't know about is probably even. It probably is so much worse. We don't even want to think about it.
orders most of the records to be destroyed. The program is codenamed MKUltra. Many of the test subjects are vulnerable populations, like prisoners and hospital inmates, but also students. Students are prime subjects for these experiments because of their frequent contact with professors who play a big part in MKUltra. Some of the professors know the role they play. Many don't. During the post-war period, the CIA becomes the largest employer of college professors, and the military is by far the biggest source of funding for psychological research. Professors acted as consultants and researchers for military-backed projects. They used their status to encourage their students to participate in experiments, often involving drugs like LSD. Afterwards, they reported back to the government.
This is why we don't trust the government. Doing experiments like this is just, regardless of who's in charge, the government should not be doing this.
Harvard becomes heavily involved in Army-sponsored studies. One of the CIA's main men on campus is the superstar psych professor, Henry Murray. Murray is well known for his studies of personality, and since the CIA's beginnings, his theories have influenced how they recruit new agents and how they interrogate suspects. When Murray and young Ted Kaczynski cross paths, Murray is at the end of his career, and he recruits Ted for his final, most elaborate experiments. They're meant to assess the effects of stress and harsh interrogation on gifted male students. Murray wants to know, what will it take to break an educated, intelligent man? The setup is simple. Ted and 21 other students are asked to write an essay about their most deep-seated beliefs. Then they're told they'll discuss their beliefs with a fellow undergrad. The experiment aims to compare the effects of stress on college men who seem psychologically healthy and well-adjusted, with students who seem alienated, pessimistic, and lacking in identity. Ted is most likely recruited for the second group because he's showing signs of depression. Ted's personal essay stands out as the most pessimistic of them all. It suggests that he was already vulnerable before the abusive test began. He is also the youngest and the poorest in the group. The students are told this exercise is just to study different personalities. In truth, now the real experiment begins. The essays are handed to lawyers trained in manipulation, who are instructed to attack the values expressed in them. The students endure harsh interrogations in brightly lit rooms. They face calculated personal critiques designed to humiliate and erode their sense of self. All the while, electrodes monitor their stress responses. Later, they have to watch these stressful and humiliating moments on video, over and over again, for 3 years. As Murray himself describes it, the tests were designed to be abusive. He's had a lifelong fascination with pain and stress and is known to have a sadistic streak. Plenty of participants will later report the experience to be deeply unpleasant, with lasting trauma. But Ted's responses are the most extreme in every category. Murray's team identifies him as the most traumatized of all. Yes, Ted Kaczynski got MK Ultra'd. You can read all about it at CIA.gov. In consequence, many claim the CIA created the Unabomber, but that's an oversimplification. It's not so easy to prove how much effect the experiments had on Ted's turn to terrorism. None of the other students in the experiment are known to have become killers. Some psychologists believe the experiments were stressful enough to create anger problems in Ted, or even aggravate latent schizophrenia. But other psychologists evaluate him as undeniably sane. Ted himself dismissed the idea that the tests were anything resembling psychological torture. He was very invested in being seen as psychologically healthy until the bitter end. He's taking great pains to not be painted as damaged or crazy. He wanted his murders to be understood in the context of his beliefs, not his personal history. If people saw his actions as a result of trauma or madness, it would invalidate his ideas. Ideas that formed his last year at Harvard. Ted becomes increasingly disillusioned with the industrial technological system. He comes to believe that technology is slowly destroying humanity and eroding our freedom. He's horrified by widespread psychological suffering and how industrial technology has severely damaged the planet. He's certain that it'll only get worse the more technology develops. So anyone who helps...
Why was Ted Kaczynski was right about that? Especially what's happening with Gen Z, my generation.
Advanced technology in any way is the enemy. Scientists, engineers, business people, what Ted calls the technician class. Ted starts having revenge fantasies and becomes obsessed with how society enforces obedience with psychological controls. He daydreams about breaking away from society and living off the grid. Ted graduates Harvard and goes on to get his PhD in math at the University of Michigan. He's quickly establishing himself as a brilliant mathematician and is offered a tenure-track position at UC Berkeley as their youngest professor ever. His students don't like him very much, but he's publishing groundbreaking papers on boundary functions. But Ted resigns one day without warning. He tells his family that he's done with teaching math to future engineers who will advance the industrial technological system and continue destroying the planet. Ted buys a bit of land near Lincoln, Montana, and builds a cabin with his brother. He's ready to escape the advanced technology that surrounded him at UC Berkeley. He wants to live a simpler life, far away from everyone he's ever known. And then, he starts to build his first bomb.
Through our bombings, we hope to promote social instability, an industrial society, propagate anti-industrial ideas, and give encouragement to those who hate the industrial system.
In 1993, the Unabomber strikes twice after a 6-year hiatus. Two prominent researchers, a computer scientist and a geneticist, receive packages the size of a VHS tape. The bombs detonate upon opening, and both professors are badly injured. Shortly after, the New York Times receives a typewritten letter. It claims credit for the bombs and says the public should expect more to come. In 1994 and 1995, the Unabomber succeeds in killing 2 people with his mail bombs, an advertising executive and a forestry lobbyist. As feared, his explosives have become notably more sophisticated. Bombings are usually accompanied with demands for money or some kind of action. What made the Unabomber so difficult to understand and to find is that his bombs never came with any requests. They seem to be built only to cause fear, injury, and death. 17 years after starting his bombing spree, the Unabomber finally makes his demands known. He writes the New York Times again, announces that he will permanently desist from terrorist activities if they publish a 56-page manifesto. The request kicks off a fierce debate within the FBI and the newspaper, to publish or not to publish. The FBI has a clear policy to not negotiate with terrorists, but they also believe he'll honor his promise and stop killing people. After all, this is what the bombs were seemingly for, to force people to pay attention to his views. Plus, they still lack leads. If the public reads the manifesto, someone might be able to identify the Unabomber, so the manifesto is published. The FBI decides it should just be the Washington Post, though, because it has fewer readers and the newspaper's stance will be easier to surveil. So they think. Interest in the Unabomber is huge. Newspaper sales hit a record high that day, with lines snaking around the block. Across the country, Americans are eager to finally read what the Unabomber has to say. The manifesto opens with an iconic line.
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race.
And though the manifesto is an argument that calls for dismantling industrial society, it's also, unwittingly, a self-portrait. Within its pages, the Unabomber has accidentally unmasked himself. David and Ted, though 7 years apart and very different, grew up close and loved each other very much. As adults, they had impassioned philosophical debates by mail and shared a lot of the same views. David also worried about technology's destructive effect on humanity. He'd also spent some time living off the grid in a self-made cabin. But David wasn't a killer. When the manifesto is published, he hasn't spoken to his brother in a long time. Ted cut him out when David got married and refused to answer any of his letters. David's wife Linda, a philosophy professor, has a funny feeling about Ted, whom she never met. As the bombings stack up and some of the timings coincide with Ted's travels, Linda tells David, "You've got a screwy brother. Maybe he's the Unabomber." David doesn't want to hear it. Linda doesn't know Ted the way David does. He'd never kill anybody. As a kid, Ted used to cry at the thought of animals getting hurt. But when the manifesto is finally published, David avoids reading it. He doesn't want to admit the similarities. That, like the Unabomber, Ted is an excellent carpenter, and that he had a lifelong fascination with explosives, and that some of the dates match up perfectly with Ted's travels. David only reads it when Linda insists. His jaw literally drops from the first few lines. The killer, like Ted, also hates technology. As it continues, David recognizes idiosyncratic word choices and logical arguments that Ted uses all the time. There is no escaping the truth. Ted is the Unabomber. So after some moral qualms about betraying his brother, David alerts the FBI.
Knock at the cabin door.
They are bound to make me out to be a sickie, and to ascribe to me motives of a sordid, or sick type. Many tame conformist types seem to have a powerful need to depict the enemy of society as sordid, repulsive, or sick.
Lincoln, Montana, April 1996. With the tip from David, the feds are staking out Ted's cabin. The investigation is meant to be conducted quietly, but they're interviewing local townspeople, trying to collect more evidence on Ted. Right now, all they have is the linguistic similarities in the manifesto and old letters from Ted that David gave the FBI. Not exactly cold, hard proof, enough for a search warrant, but not an arrest. Rumors start to spread around town that Ted Kaczynski, their very own angry hermit, is the Unabomber. The plan is to draw Ted out of his cabin and get inside before he can escape or destroy any evidence. But they don't know if he has it tricked out with explosives. Nobody would be surprised if he did. Ted has no idea he's under surveillance, so when someone knocks and says some land surveyors need to talk, he believes them and opens the door. He wasn't expecting visitors. These days, he's busy with a dirty job. He's in the middle of rasping aluminum blocks to make powder for more bombs. He's covered from head to toe in the dust. He's rail thin because the rabbit hunting was scarce this season. Ted's hair is wild and his clothes are literally rotting off of his body. But what does he care? He's not trying to impress anyone, and he can clean up fast if he needs to blend into society. Too bad for Ted. He'll be photographed in this state, filthy, emaciated, and in severe need of a shave. The image will circulate around the globe and will not help Ted's desire to seem sane. When the feds swoop in, they find 40,000 pages of journals and plans, most written in code. The code is more complex than anything the FBI had ever seen, more convoluted than codes the KGB used during the Cold War. But Ted also left the key to the code in the cabin. Without it, the FBI wouldn't be able to decipher the decades of written confessions that definitively tied Ted to the bombings. They also find a bomb under the bed, ready to be mailed to an aerospace company in Dallas. Now the FBI has all the evidence they need. They lock up the cabin and take Ted to prison. He does not dispute that the journals with the confessions are his. In fact, he wrote them partially so that nobody would try to say he was crazy. Ted's family and his defense team attempt to convince the jury and the world at large that he is mentally ill. They're doing anything they can to avoid the death penalty, which frustrates him. He tries to fire his lawyers and defend himself. He would rather die than allow his lawyers to plead not guilty by reason of insanity. Ted pleads guilty to his crimes and is sentenced to life in prison. Behind bars, he never stops writing. He publishes 2 books and keeps up a lively correspondence with a wide array of journalists and admirers. He also finally makes some human connections. He strikes up a friendship with Timothy McVeigh, the Oklahoma City bomber who killed 168 people in 1995. Ted and McVeigh are briefly on the same prison block and find they have a lot of views in common before McVeigh is carted off to death row. Ted even finds love for the first time in his life. After a lifetime of struggling to connect with women and never going beyond a few kisses, Ted suddenly has dozens of women writing him romantic or salacious letters. But only one captures his heart, a school teacher he calls his lady love. They spend thousands of hours talking by mail or in visiting booths, but they are never able to touch. He writes classical music for her before she dies of lung cancer. Later, Ted also develops cancer. When the condition becomes advanced, he dies by suicide in June 2023 at 81 years old.
This is not to be a
Jesus.
political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society.
Yeah.
In the decades since his arrest, Ted Kaczynski continues to fascinate and sometimes
I
inspire.
actually don't understand what
The
that meant.
manifesto's central argument is that technological advancements since the Industrial Revolution have robbed people of their freedom and well-being. These advancements are supposedly responsible for widespread psychological suffering and environmental devastation. It's a revolutionary call to dismantle industrial society altogether and warns that technology will inevitably overpower human autonomy. Many of Kaczynski's observations in the manifesto are true. Some of his predictions are prescient, and a lot of the grievances are understandable. It's not hard to find people who are also frustrated with surveillance or sad about environmental destruction. At the time of his capture, Time magazine wrote, "There's a little bit of the Unabomber in most of us." Nowadays, Ted Kaczynski continues to find admirers online, from teens on TikTok, depressed about climate change, half-ironically saluting Uncle Ted, to the extreme right mass murderer, Anders Breivik, who heavily quoted Kaczynski's industrial society in his own manifesto. But even if most people can find parts in the manifesto they agree with, most people are not willing to kill. Kaczynski knew that most people would be repelled by his crimes, but committed them anyway. Those who find the ideas compelling might want to check out Jacques Ellul, the thinker whose ideas most inspired the manifesto. The philosopher never advocated killing. They also should check out Ted Kaczynski's diaries. They lay bare the personal motivations that drove the Unabomber, beyond the manifesto that was polished for public consumption. Technological society really did seem to anger Ted, but Ted was also very, very angry, in general. In his diary, Ted Kaczynski writes that he was happy to kill innocent civilians. He took pleasure in causing people pain. He killed at least 9 dogs just because they barked too loud. He hated leftists, he hated doctors, he hated women. He fantasized about killing them just for rejecting him. He fantasized about killing his neighbors just because they annoyed him, including a toddler. He condemned technology as slavery and glorified simpler times that ran on actual slavery. Kaczynski wasn't even much of an environmentalist. He made fun of them in his diaries. He littered proudly. He poached illegally. He logged unprotected lands. You might get the sense that he only used environmentalism as a post hoc justification for his murders. A cynic who identified ecological concerns as the most acceptable excuse for killing.
Yep. That's pretty much. Fucking hell. Wow. Oh, that's just what. Sorry, that's just wow. Anywho, I'm actually gonna end off the stream here. And try to make improvements to it and see what I can do. With that being said, thank you for joining today's stream. Thank you for watching today's YouTube VOD. Hopefully y'all enjoyed it. And with that being said, I gotta get going. Bye bye, matinee.